Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the final Micron stream. I want to welcome my guest, Kyle. Hi, Kyle, how are you?
Hello.
How's everyone doing? We got something going on? How do we sound? Yurik, thanks for being a member. Hey, Colin. Hey, Delvin. Hey, Tuxedo. Hey, Michael. So how are you doing, Kyle?
Good. Doing well, yeah.
Let's see if everyone's sounding okay. Can everybody hear Kyle? So Kyle is the creator of this wonderful build we've been working on for the last couple of months. And he's gonna hang out with us while we finish the build and talk about it and talk about the development of it and answer any questions. So how is things going? Can you hear, we can hear Kyle okay? Everything's good, no way. That's awesome. So let's just start with a quick question, just kind of get things moving. I'm gonna dive into doing some of the build. I'm gonna put on the rear panel. We're gonna work on some skirt stuff. We're gonna give Charlie some attention. So what was the inception of Micron? What is
so my first printer Voron was the V0.0, and I always like the smaller builds. And so then I finally built my own V2, and I thought how cool it'd be to do the same thing, but with V0 size parts. So it was a concept I threw in one of the Discord channels. Thought it'd be fun to do, and then never thought I'd actually get moved on with it or get forward with it and actually make it a real printer.
Yeah.
So then I think it was Madcat and one other users kind of forced me to do it. So I was like, I'll finish with the CAD, see what happens. But I think Timmy was another one who wanted me to finish it up. But yeah, so got through it, got actually decent assembly going, and then did a test build, and yeah, and that was it. And then been 2 years now, a little over 2 years with it.
It's been a good while, right?
Yeah.
And as you know, I'm very into this printer. I mean, I had an idea of doing something like this as well, and you actually brought it to fruition. And this is very much a complete printer. Going through this build series, it's evolved into a complete printer. You've done a great job on it. So
yeah, I went from just a V0 model to a complete scratch build. So at first I was going to use the V0 frame extrusions. I tried doing that as much as I could, and I couldn't get a full 120 out of 120 out of it. But yeah, moving to my own size extrusions made it work a lot better to get that full 120 with the There's kids in the background. But then Cleve pushed me to do the 180 size build. You know what? That was actually supposed to be a 160 build, but my late night design work on it, I couldn't do math properly.
Late night math?
Probably. Yeah. Ended up being 180 build. So, I mean, it fits it better. I like a 180 better because you can use Prusa 80 size plates.
Oh, that's key. That's huge,
yeah.
At least for me.
So it worked out well.
I'm a big fan of the Prusa textured sheet, so being able to use that on here is a huge plus.
Yeah.
So what were some of the challenges when so the original was a 120 millimeter build, and you ended up not being able to use V0 extrusions. You had to go to custom extrusions.
Yeah.
But what were some of the other challenges in shrinkifying a V2?
Most of it originally started out as just taking the V2 parts and scaling it down by 0.75. But then a lot of the parts with any part that had like a bearing stack on, so like the main gantry and the Z drives, a lot of those had to be completely drawn from scratch. But a lot of it was also just scaled down and it worked. The Z idlers were actually the 9mm ones scaled down, and it worked for 6mm belts.
Oh, really?
But,
actually,
yeah,
just basically the same thing, just scaled down?
Yeah,
wow.
It worked really well. But then after a few iterations here and there, then a lot of it just kind of was just completely done all over again. But one of the harder things to do was get the full X travel out of it. I still don't have, it's still not full 120 or 180 on X. I think my 120 builds are at 115 and 175 on the.
Okay, that's not bad.
That's with mini self burner too. I think with mini afterburner, it was able to get a little bit like 178, 118.
So I'm terrible about remembering all the things I want to do at the beginning of a stream. We're talking about the Micron. This is a printer developed by Kyle here. It's a miniature Voron 2. And I just posted a link to the GitHub for more information on that. The build here is happening because LDO came out with a partial kit, which is basically everything but electronics, wiring. And it was provided to me to do this build series. We're running Big Tree Tech electronics provided by Big Tree Tech, and some pre-release or early stuff for boot provided by Fabreeko. We are doing giveaways today. The 2 giveaways that I've been doing this build series, we're doing an LDO Micron motor kit giveaway. The links are in the description. That is 1 winner must be present to win. We do it at the 3-hour mark. So 3 hours from now. And then the normal Polymaker filament giveaway. So 1 roll of filament for those outside the US and Canada, or a coupon for those inside the US and Canada. So sorry for interrupting there, but getting that kind of stuff out of the way. Hey Keith, hey Panzercad. So where we left off last week was we got it homing. So we got this thing homing, but the QGL didn't work because I had the bed position wrong. So I've moved the bed forward off camera and talking to Kyle a little bit about a good position for it, and I think it's in a good spot right now. So at this point we should be okay, but we'll adjust settings if we need to. So Ganfers, thanks for becoming a member. So we had pre-installed some M3 nuts in the extrusions, but the vertical extrusions, since they're just open, they're not there yet. So we're gonna start putting panels on. So what was the last question I asked you?
Challenges.
So how many munchkins are we hearing in the background there?
There's just the little one is upset right now. The other one's just next to me. She's doing good. Yeah.
There's only 2?
Yeah, just 2 of them.
How old are they?
But yeah, the one who was making the noise, 2, turning 3 in May, and this other one next to me, she's turned 6 in August. So
awesome.
Yeah. She's got her headphones on too, but they're not playing anything at the moment.
They're green.
She wants me to show her headphones.
They're green. Awesome.
Yep.
They're green.
Hey, OGK kid. So if anybody in chat has questions, feel free to speak up. We'll try to catch them.
Sure. I have the chat up on the monitor so I can see them too. So
awesome. So I'm just we're gonna get panels on here. We're gonna get the skirts finished off. I did manage to model a housing for the display, thanks to some info sent by viewers. I have it rotated correctly. I basically used the clipper screen instructions, so it's rotated just in clipper screen, not at a system level, which is good enough. It's not perfect, but it'll be good enough. So.
Yeah, the clipper screen, some of them, like the 2.8 I did on the V0, was quite a bit of a pain to get that working. It was not plug and play like the 4.3 was way shares were.
Right, and I don't understand I don't understand enough about the systems to know where the problem is. Is it an OS level problem, or are you familiar with it a little more?
Yeah, I'm not. I think it's just, yeah, I'm not super familiar with it either. What exactly the difference is between them? Why one's plug and play, one's not, I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, Nirko. Nirku's asking how you sneak all the printers and parts past the wife. He's taking notes.
I don't. She's the one that gives me the packages on my desk. So she sees all the parts come in.
So we're just talking about the screen. I'll take a little sidetrack here. So this is the screen. It's a WaveShare 3.5-inch capacitive touch HDMI output. They don't make this anymore, and it's not on their wiki documentation. So I found this on Amazon. It met all the basic specs that I wanted as far as size and connectivity, because I can't use a DSi display because I'm using the CB1 compute module. So like I said, the clipper screen instructions ended up working to rotate it within clipper screen, which is good enough. Now this is the model. This is the display that I modeled fairly quickly on Friday, and found out I was like one revision into it and everything fit. And then I found out as I was mocking things up last night that I had the display rotated 180 degrees from where it needed to be. So I had to remodel it last night. But it fit the first time after the remodel, so.
I thought I found the wiki on that display on the.
It has to be the HDMI LCD H. Now, if you found it, that would be awesome. I wasn't able to. So,
find it again. I swear I did.
what driver are you using for the screen? I'm not quite sure, Art Chapman. Polar Ted's asking what PCB fab you prefer for your boards.
I used to use Easy EDA, but now Timon has converted me over to use KiCad, and I like KiCad a lot more so far.
But what
I only
fab?
made one board.
What fab shop?
Oh, fab. JLT PCB is what I typically use to order boards made from. Yeah.
BTT makes an SPI 3.5 TFT. The problem with that is it's a resistive touchscreen, and I really wanted a capacitive touchscreen. So
yeah, I'm not a fan of the resistive ones.
Yeah, as part of this, I do need to take this apart. So this is mounted. I made these brackets. They mount to the screen, and then some M2 self-tappers mount into the cover to hold it on. So I need to take this apart because I forgot to peel the protective layer off of the screen. So.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I can't find. I swear I had that wiki for that one. I thought I sent it to you. Maybe I didn't.
It's working. I hooked it up last night just to confirm everything's working. I'm able to hit all the buttons. It's just when it boots, the screen's 90 degrees rotated. When it boots and shuts down.
Yeah, that's how the one is on my V0 too. The scrolling when it boots all the Linux stuff.
Yeah.
The command line. Yeah. I don't know if that thing will be changed easily, but maybe it is. I'm not a huge power user of Linux, so.
Right. Yeah, and I'm even less so. Okay, so this just kind of slides in here. I'm using these, what's making this actually fit are these little right angle PCB connectors. I found these on Amazon, but it turns out that you can buy individual pieces and different lengths of ribbons off of Adafruit. I don't know what worldwide sources there might be, but if you search for like right angle USB on Adafruit, you'll find this whole little ecosystem, and they all use the same ribbon cable, but then different ends on it. So I have a micro USB end for touch and power, and then HDMI. And then on the other side, I have a right angle micro HDMI, and then a right angle USB to connect to the board. So let's go ahead here. This is always the better screen. So we will do a little bit of a peel here. There we go. And now being very careful never to touch that screen. So then this goes in here. I think I need to put it in this side first. To get rid of the starter text altogether? That's interesting. Oh, there's a capacitive, 3.5 capacitive from Big Tree Tech. Are you sure they're because I know the MKS one is resistive. I have it. You have an do you have an MKS one, or do you have the mellow one? Yeah. They can't hear you. What? Lost. Oh, we did lose it. Oh, my bad. Okay, now can you talk? Okay, they try it. Okay, you.
Hello?
They can hear you right now. I made a mistake.
Okay.
I do not have the headphones in every scene. So my bad. Let me see if I can fix that real quick. I'm gonna go through the different scenes I'm gonna use and make sure that the audio source is in there. So
okay. Yeah,
sorry about that,
now,
everyone.
Yeah.
Well, right now it's good because it's in this scene, but I need to actually add that to the rest of them, I guess. Let's go here. Okay, let's see there. Are you able, can you talk?
Hello?
Okay, you're there.
Hello? There we go. Okay.
So
Cool.
Hopefully that works. Now we got to do this one. Now, are you there? Yep, you're there. Did that fix all of them? Overhead cam. Are you there? Yep. Okay, that should have fixed all of them. So let me know, chat, if that's continued to be screwed up. I have no idea how long we were up here and what you might have said. And new system problems, because this is the first guest I've had on since I moved this computer over to the streaming computer. So
They asked if you could turn me up a little bit on the scenes you just changed.
Yeah, let's try that. Let's try that. Can you talk?
Hello. Check. 1, 2, 3.
That should be better.
Cool.
How is that, Jeff? Yeah, so these are the drivers I'm using. I love this driver. It's a 1.5 millimeter from MIP. It's from my RC car days.
I just got a set of the Wera drivers.
Yeah.
Recently, I'm really liking those a lot. I got just this. I think it's the M2 or through M5 sets. So it's
nice.
Yeah, they're nice.
Nathan is asking, how did Micron, Doom, and Printer for Ants developed? How did that come about?
Yeah, so Doom, it's quite the story behind that. Not really going to go into all the backstory of that, but just because there's drama behind it.
A little bit of drama, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so there was just some users on the Discord wanted to make a better insulated V2, and that was I never built the V2 at this point, and then one of me, and I think it was me, DFH actually, and then another user were the original guys behind it, all starting that up. And originally it was going to be, and Eddie was also part of that. He's also now one of the admins on the Doom Discord, and Kron. So it was us 5 are the ones who originally started all of it. Yeah, it was going to be this 40 by 40 square, and I was the one who went over to the round 40 by 40, so I like to look better. And then yeah, just kind of went on from there, just finding different skirts that fit, different insulation methods, and got higher temp printers that way. Passively heated, not obviously, but not actively heated. But yeah, I think the hottest one I've seen get mine at one point got to like 78, mid 70s, mid high 70s for it, just from the bed heater and the circulation fans. But yeah, we wanted a little bit higher temp V2, nothing crazy. And then Micron kind of went over that earlier, why that started. I wanted the smaller V2 because I liked my V0 so much, but I also liked quad gantry leveling with V2. I wanted to mix that together. But then Printer France started when I started Micron. Zeruncho actually was one of the first ones to kind of go in on it with me. He was originally started helping me with Micron, but then he kind of branched his own and did F0, which is taking the V0 gantry and putting it in a box and making it fly like a V2 gantry. And so that's what F0 is. And so then those two were the first original Printer France. If you count V0 as well, but those two, and then they just kind of branched off of there. Now there's F0, Tri-Zero, Box Zero, Pandora Box, Crucible. There's so many on there now, which is just, yeah, it's just really cool to see all of them just from those two that you started. So, and then, yeah, if anyone has a Printer France idea, then just come to the Discord and we'll get a channel for it. So it's been pretty fun. I've been really enjoying seeing all of them come together. I would love to build all of them. I just don't have the time or the space to build every single one of them. So
yeah.
I just stick to Micron.
I'm
obviously when Yuri made Salad Fork, which is Micron's version of Trident. So
I am putting my head in the sand on the space issue and just kind of ignoring it. So that's a good way to do it. When I get I'm working on building an office in the backyard. I have a pretty decent size outbuilding that I'm turning into a home office, and it's going to be printer room / hobby room / work from home office. So I can, right now I'm on my desk where I work from home at, which is in the middle of the living room, which is the kids' playroom is like right back there. So it's kind of hard to work when they're hanging out here. But, I mean, that's why I want the office in the backyard to be done. Right.
It's almost there. I just got all the power done for it and the network wiring, and the next is drywall, and I can start moving stuff out there. But yeah.
Okay.
It's been a fun journey, this whole 3D printer maker journey. So.
Right. And let's see, do we have anything else there? So you're building, is it a shed or a separate building?
It was like two sheds. The previous owner had a garden shed for like garden stuff. Then he had this other building because he used to do some other things in that building. He would grow some plants in that building.
Grow some plants?
House. Yep, he used to grow some fun plants in that building.
Okay.
So I'm taking all that stuff out of there and making it what it is. But yeah, it's a pretty decent sized building. I think it's like 300 square feet, 350 square feet, somewhere around there.
Yeah, that's.
Oh yeah, it's pretty good size.
Oops.
NERQ software engineer is my day job. Mostly just .NET stuff, Windows, nothing fancy. So
first panel. It's gonna start looking complete here. I'm gonna guess on center on these for now. Hey, Lutien.
Yes, Tuxedo. It's a man shed, not a man cave.
Man shed.
Yeah, I got it wired for 220 volt, 50 amp service out there with the sub panel and all that. So it's gonna be pretty nice to have it all out there.
So does this go? Is there any VHB or anything needed for this back piece?
No, then there's the grill that
the grill that screws in from the front. Okay.
Yeah.
And then these are these also in 3x12s?
Yeah. Yeah. I have a cat open. Let me double check. But yeah, they should be. They might be. Those might be shorter.
It looks like. Yeah, it looks like 10s.
Yeah.
Looks like 10s. That's okay. I'm short on 12s. So. And I dropped
working
one.
on the manual to get all that figured out.
So let's go there. What are so the like I said earlier, this is a very complete printer, and it's getting to totally complete with a manual and all that kind of stuff. What are you doing for a manual? How has that been?
It's the original manual was okay. It worked for what it needed to be done to get the basic assembly down.
What was it made in? What software?
It was made in PowerPoint, which is what the new one's being made in as well, just to get it all together. PowerPoint or Google Slides, so it's what the V02 manual was just made in as well. But before, it was all done in Fusion with screenshots and highlights that way, and that works just fine. If you have like a higher resolution monitor, you can get higher DPI images. I only have a 1080p monitor, and so the screenshots never came out that great. So I saw the Big Tree Tech's their new CAN board, the self burner CAN board UB2240. If you go to this, their manual for that looks really cool because it's all vector graphics. It's all, no matter how far you zoom in, the DPI, it's always a crisp image. So I reached out to them and I was like, "How did you guys do this? What software did you guys use?" And they ended up using. They told me it was SolidWorks Composer to get all the screenshots. You just load your CAD file into that, and then you can find the drawing, the angle you're looking for, and then you can just save that as an SVG, and then load that right into PowerPoint. And then once that's loaded there, and when it's exported to a PDF, the pictures look great. They're super crisp and clear, and you can change the color of the highlight. It doesn't have to be that blue that's in.
It's in Fusion.
Use Fusion. It can do, like I'm doing green and that's my color. I use
green. Yep.
But, yeah. So yeah, it looks really nice. I can send you a copy of the current new version of the manual so you can show it.
Oh yeah, that'd be handy.
My screen. Yeah.
If you shared your screen, it would just be in that little window in the corner.
Yeah.
Hey Eclipse. Hey, the first layer. Have you used any of the polyimide heating beds? Did you get any of those polyimide heating beds for the V0?
I do. I have one on my V0 now.
Is it working well for you?
I really like it. Yeah, I really like it a lot. I swapped from the mains bed for V0.0 to that. And it's been nice. I took out the Mornson PSU for an external PSU just because I have more stuff under the deck panel than I have that built in, like never more built into my deck panel. So people called it the shower drain. So that's the name of it now. But yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
open. I just held the manual to you. So,
yeah, I'm gonna open that up in. Let's see, is that gonna open? Yep, I want to open it there. And here we are. So this is not published yet, though. Is there an earlier version of this published?
No. There's been I posted screenshots of it in the Discord and stuff, but I haven't really put out this version yet. It's not nearly complete. It only goes to where am I at? Just past like the last vertical extrusion on the frame.
Okay. So, but this is the general look and feel that the Micron manual is going to have moving forward. And this was done in what software did you say it was in?
So it was assembled in PowerPoint. All the images were taken out of were a combination of SolidWorks Composer and Inkscape, just clean up the SVGs if they need to be cleaned up.
SolidWorks Composer, is that a paid software?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's I'm really liking how it's turning out. And I took a lot of keys from like the Voron manuals.
Right.
Before I just had the extrusions labeled with their sizes, but now since there's two different sizes of the Micron, then they're just labeled with.
Hybrid robotics. Yeah, this is basically a miniature V2, so it's fixed bed moving gantry.
Dad.
You can't ignore that.
Yeah.
What about this? This render looks really good.
Yeah. Kyle is a H or Kyle is a picture on Discord. He showed me a lot of tips on how to do renders really well, and I just toss them on my server, and they just do their thing in the background, and it turns out really nice. I have quite a few of them. I'm gonna add to the Discord or to the manual as well. But yeah, the renders they've been fun to do. I've tried to make it as realistic as possible. I think I even rendered that one of yours.
Right, the yellow and black one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll send that to you real quick, and you can show that off if you want to.
Yeah. No, this looks good. Let me pull that up. Open the browser.
QC Kurt, those beds are from LDO. The polyamide beds, are you talking about those ones, the heater ones?
Here's the render of pretty close to what I'm
Needs
building
a different
here.
Screen, but yeah.
Huh?
Needs a different screen
different
on it, but
screen.
it's close to it.
And it needs a yellow cable chain.
Oh, yep, it does it, yeah.
But yeah, that looks good. Okay, so there's a manual. I have got so many windows to manage here. Background covered you up and I missed what you said. Oh, I don't know if it's a miniature V2. So it's fixed bed flying gantry. Is that what you're talking about? Hybrid robotics? Art Chapman, I tried all of that. It didn't work. I tried all the config.txt suggestions out there, including exactly what you just said, and it didn't work. So, okay, let's put the screen on and then start it up and make sure everything QGLs and all that kind of stuff before we put the rest of the panels on. So
it was really satisfying the first time I got the first 120 development machine working.
Yeah, I bet.
It was pretty cool to see.
PF Dennis, thanks for the gift of memberships. Hey, Poity. So here is the electronics compartment. It is nice and cramped. I'm sure that was fun, especially in the 120 build. I know you did some pretty clever stuff in the 120 build to get electronics to fit.
Yeah, this guy in the Doom Discord, Leopard, he did a lot of the 120 electronics, and there's the hinged whole setup where the power supply, the octopus, and the fire are all in this one hinged component. That thing is really cool. He did awesome with that.
Okay. I'm just gonna pull these screws all the way out, I think. Everything in a small build is a little more complicated.
Yeah.
Really curious to find out if CB1 will run cooler with the bottom panel on. Yeah, me too.
Oh, speaking of smaller builds, one of the things to add to that complications or difficulties that I had to figure out was the Z joints.
Yeah.
So I wanted to use the spherical bearing, but there only is one source for a 3mm inner diameter spherical bearing, and it's IGUS, and they make those KGLM3 bearings. I could not find a 3mm source anywhere else in the world.
So
there was one, but it was like $30 per bearing. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that.
Right. So there's a printed alternative, right?
Yes,
in the files I saw.
Yeah, those are modeled after the V2.0 version, I think, or it was just a printed part with a bolt in it.
There we go.
Which they worked. I ran those on the Micron before. They worked just fine. If you can't find the bearings, I think it was one of the kit companies who's making a kit with either Punter or Blue Rolls. I forget who it was. They couldn't find those in their locations they source things, so the printed ones is what they're going to use. If the person buying it can't find them either.
So I'm using the IGUS bearings in here because they came in the partial kit, but I had printed out the other ones as well.
Oh, okay.
Have you shared the printer config for the Micron? I haven't shared any of the tweaks to this. I'm using basically what Kyle's provided, and then set the pinout stuff. I will post my exact config to my GitHub when I'm done with this build. So, okay, so for the screen, I modified the front skirt to basically remove almost all of it. So let's transfer the little Z drive covers over here and then get this on. So this should go in here. Dragon Flame, thanks for the gift and memberships.
Yeah, and those Z drive covers are another user-made part. The ones I had originally had such a huge overhang, they didn't print very well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I forget who made those ones. I think it might have been Leon, maybe. I forget, honestly, but yeah, he made those ones that print better, and they look a lot nicer, too.
Okay, so that one goes there, and then I just cut down basically the mesh piece and put it back in there. That will go away. Are you using the can on this build? We are using can. The toolhead board is an EBB36 from Big Tree Tech. Okay, so that should go.
Yeah, it's hard to not go can on the Micron because there's just not a lot of room for that 14 wire bundle going up there. I mean, it supports it. There is all the files for it, but I'd really recommend going can on it if you can.
If you can.
No pun intended.
Well, pun fully intended.
Yeah, sure.
Come on. Printer hasn't even quite done. It's swapping out parts for mods already. Well, I like having a screen. I do like having a screen. Okay,
Yes.
but the problem is that I did not pre-populate enough hex nuts for a screen. So, however, I do have those neat LDO post-install nuts from the V0S1 kit. It came in there. So let me get 2 of those out.
I need to get some of those.
You don't have any of these?
No, I need to get some.
You got a Pico-Billicle kit though, didn't you?
I did, yeah.
It came in there. A set of those
There was
came in
none
there.
in it. It was just the Pico-Billicle for mine. There was no nuts in it.
Ah.
Because I'm gonna need some for the next edition I'm adding to the Micron, and I want to hopefully install it soon.
Yeah, so someone's mentioning you can get these drop-in nuts from some of the vendors now, some of the LDO distributors. They specifically mentioned West 3D there. So
Okay.
I would check with your favorite local or otherwise LDO distributor.
Andrew Humphrey, no, I did not design that one. I think that was, I forget what was it, but it wasn't mine. It's made to work with my self-burning board, but it wasn't by me.
Which board?
The LGX Lite tool at BCB.
Oh.
For its self-burner, because it moves it's for the 2-piece board, and it moves the headers to a slightly different location, so they needed a new board to go behind 5015.
I see. Okay, so this is going to go in here. This is hopefully going to sit right there. Oh, this is looking good. Make sure the screws are lined up. Oh. One thing I noticed on these skirt pieces, they would insert easier if you took the, here, let me see if I can show this. I guess from this angle, you see the counter bore you have for the screw head on there, right there. If you took that and took tangent lines straight forward, so that the screw head can slip past there instead of having that bump. You know what I'm talking about? Does that make sense?
I think I actually did that on the latest.
Oh, okay. I don't have the latest.
Maybe.
Okay.
Let me see. It might have been. I don't know. Let me double check them right now. I have the CAD open still. Just messing around this morning. Yeah. So they are like that.
They are
on the hexagon ones. Maybe not the slotted ones.
Oh, I am using
I
might
have updated the slotted ones.
I see.
That's probably why.
Okay, let's get all this centered now. That should be good. There.
Yeah, just so you can see exactly how I did it on the latest ones.
Just centering skirt pieces now, or at least somewhat.
Yeah, the slots in it like that. That was another addition from Leopard as well. He did a lot of really cool additions to it. He's been a huge help with the Micron.
Uh-oh, what do we got, Bill? Someone's trying to get my attention. Hi, Arsene? Is that Arsene? What do we got? You got a question? Bill's saying I need attention. I need to get it. They're trying to get my attention. Hey, Arthur. Have to miss today, but stopping and say hi, Steve. Hi, Heart K. Thanks for all the amazing design work. Yes.
It's been fun, for sure.
Oh yeah. This is totally. It's been a blast. All of it. Okay. Yeah. So
I had never opened CAD or designed a PCB at all before I found Voron. So learned a lot here, and it's been a good time.
So displays in place, new skirts, and then I just have my little ribbon cables to hook up. So the HDMI one goes into HDMI 0. And then now for the USB one, it is a tight fit, but it fits. But I think I need to kind of encourage the cable to bend over for the bottom panel to fit. So I think that is right there. So, am I missing anything on the bottom here? Can I put the bottom panel on?
You need the trim pieces, but yeah, I think you're good. Unless that's adhered to your panel. I don't know.
I haven't actually adhered it, but we're about to put it on then. Now I'm using some tape that I use on the CNC for holding pieces down because it's thin to hold these, and it doesn't matter if it's strong or not. So I'm gonna try that.
Yeah, it just makes it easier not to fiddling with those little pieces over and over again.
Yeah, I agree. And do you know what size screw I need? Oh, I need a couple of heat sets. I missed some heat sets. So let's put 2 heat sets in these new front skirts. Hey, Zarp. There is going to be a bottom panel. Now, no fancy engraving on it. I have completely overextended myself with things. I have not had time to go through and edit a file to do a fancy diagram or something on the bottom panel, but what advice would you give someone starting out in PCB design?
Oh gosh, I don't even know. I watched a bunch of YouTube tutorials to see how to do what I wanted it to do, and then kind of just went from there. Just learned on my own, figured it out. There's still a lot I need to learn with it, but I mean, I still consider myself very new to it. But yeah, it got difficult quickly, but I struggled through it and eventually got it working. That's why there's so many iterations of the first Afterburner board, because so many things I found wrong with it. Like the very first one, I had traces going under a screw hole, and then I think it was Tapo Fox. He was one of the first ones to figure that out when he tightened a screw too much and it shorted out. So just little things like that, like just making a bunch of different versions of it, just going and stumbling through it. So yeah, just watch tutorials that you want to figure out what you want to do. That's what I did. And those screws are 8, by the way. For the bottom
They're
panel.
8? Okay. I did not replace the screw or the skirt piece that I think I cracked. It seems to be stable, so I didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, Zombie. It's a 180 by 180 roughly size. I think mine is at 175 by 191 on Y travel once we have an X travel. And that bed is the bed that's in the Micron repo. It's there's a DXF file for it. You can get it cut out. It fits. It has 2 alignment pins in the back and 3 screws that come up from the bottom, so you can use a Prusa mini sheet.
It has what? Oh, the
It's 2 the alignment pins. Yeah.
Yeah. Which is very nice.
Yeah, they're so much nicer to have that. And Zombie Hedgehog, you can use a Prusa mini bed. I did use that on my original 180 build, but I swapped it to Mic 6 bed just because I print like 95% ABS, and that bed can only hit 100 barely. So it's only 85 watts on that bed, and it took way too long to heat up.
So
if you're doing the open air PLA only, it's fine. So
eights don't fit.
They don't fit?
Eights don't reach the heat sets. 10s barely do, but 10s work. Hey, nice 30p, thank you. Just because I enjoy the stream, everyone. Thank you.
Oh yeah, 8s barely fit. Okay.
Yeah, eights
Eights
didn't catch threads. So.
Yeah, I'll double check what I have in mind then. I thought I had 8s, maybe I don't. Maybe I have 10s. Update the CAD now. So the CAD has 8s, so those need to get changed.
I'm just gonna work my way around here and put my little, put these pieces on, take the double-sided tape here. Someone asked, oh, hey, Daniel. Hey, Modbot. Happy Sunday, woohoo, Micron wrap-up day. Yep. We are going to print today. Someone asked something else. Simple circuits are one thing, but design them so functionality is obviously more complicated. That someone asked about more circuit design stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to look back right now.
Printing out the Death Racer
the
parts
last
on
one
my
for me was
V2.
Huh? The last one just says, the last question for me was, what advice for PCB design?
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Ben, there's 2 versions. There's a 120 and a 180 version of the Micron. The 180 is the newest version that I've been finishing up lately. The 120 was the original, just so I can have a V0 companion replacement, whatever you want to call it. But never did replace my V0. My V0 is still probably one of my more used printers.
I had both of my V0s going last night, printing those display pieces, those revised display pieces.
Yeah, it's the V0 is such a nice little printer to have.
Yeah. I mean, I needed 2 different colors, so I loaded a color up in each and had the skirts and all the accent pieces done in like an hour and a half.
I still think it's funny. I can send a print to my V2, the big 350, and then send a print to the V0, and the V0 will be done printing before the V2 is even done heat soaking.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so nice having that.
How has the Micron been for you for heat soaking? Is it just kind of basically in the middle?
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a lot faster than the V2, but it's not nearly as quickly as the V0, obviously. But I want to put a little circulation fan under the bed of some sorts, maybe like a 4010 blower or something, or the 4020 blower from the Afterburner. I have a few of those. But yeah, I want something in there to do that. Yeah, it's not terrible. It works pretty well. I haven't actually printed on my Micron in a while. One of the Z drives is, I can't tell if it's the motor or the driver going bad, but it just screeches and it's super loud. So I have new Z drives going in soon. So
On which printer?
the Micron.
Oh,
Yeah, I need to get that done before Murph?
Rocky Mountain.
Rocky Mountain Maker something. Yeah.
Rep
It's
Festival.
gonna be there. It's gonna be there at the LDO booth.
Awesome.
LDO booth with Jason. So
Jeremy, thanks for being a member. Thanks for the series. I'll add one to the fleet. Yep. Dragonflame is loving their MPCNC. I gave mine away to a friend when I got the Shapeoko router. He is about to start using it. So
that's one thing I just have never messed with is any sort of CNC like router
yeah,
or anything. I've always wanted to. I just haven't had a chance to do it. The MPCNC is always one I've looked at just because it looks fun. But
yeah, it's a good project. It's definitely a project though. And
Yeah.
if you have a realistic expectations of its capabilities, then you'll have success with it. This is a very tight panel down here. Those clearances we talked about are probably a good thing.
yeah, I think the reason I didn't change it was because I printed mine and it shrunk a little bit and it was like a perfect fit when I printed it. So I was like, oh, it works, but I've never had one cut out yet. So it's a good test there. I can make that a little smaller. I'll make two versions, a printed one and a cut out one.
And this is not lining up with that heat set here on the back. And I'm not 100% sure why. This side lined up. There we go. It's just tight. But hey, bottom
Yeah.
panel. Printer's done, right?
Yep. It just makes it so much cleaner. You converted me to a bottom panel user. I never did it before.
It's the nice part about Micron. It's light.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you gonna install handles on the top of it?
I printed them. Yep.
Oh, okay, cool.
Why?
I was just curious because it's so nice to have handles on this one just to carry it around.
Let's power it on. Let's power it on, see if it homes and QGLs and displays. Yeah, see, displays sideways. Little Big Tree Tech logo there. It's off the CB1.
Yeah, I want to find that splash screen. There was on the Voron docks. There's a splash screen setup.
An alternate splash screen would make that a lot easier because really you only see the scrolling text when you shut down. So having that splash screen there, starting up in the correct orientation would be nice. But it should be about to come up. The Jersey Lurker, thanks for the gifted memberships. There we go. And it is about to connect. There we go. We're up.
Awesome.
And homing.
Have you used that Dark Rock bed on any other?
I have not. This is the only one I have.
Okay. Yeah, I like them so far.
Polar Ted is saying when he gets the next batch of mini SB LED PCBs built, he'll send me a set. Awesome, thank you. I think we need a Charlie boot screen. Hey, Larry. It's a nice splash screen you can add. I have them for my Wave Share Clipper screen. Thanks, Sam. I'm liking this printer. I like the color scheme. I like just about everything about it. So let's go ahead and home. Let me edge this up a little bit just so we get a better view. And let's just home all. Make sure everything's still working. Sensorless homing.
Did you go sensorless on it?
Yep.
You did, okay, cool, yep.
We configured that last week. I have not yet looked at the adaptive bed mesh stuff. Well, I know about it, I just haven't.
I just got it installed on that Red V2 recently. It's been pretty nice.
I'm not sure when the beds are coming out. This does have boop on it. And Guyless, this is about 180 square, and then realistically about 150 in Z, right? Because you run out of tool head room when you enclose it. If you didn't enclose it, you could get the full 180. Or if you did some sort of top hat.
Yeah, there's a few. I think I saw one that took the V0 top hat, the printed one, and just extended it. That's also what I think what Zerancho does on his F-Zero. He uses an extended V0 top hat.
So now that I've moved the bed, let's give a quad gantry level a shot. Okay, so it's not actually, I need to adjust the points because I'm running my bed slightly back from where you are. It tried to probe, it's actually probing on the body of the, on the body of the Revo nozzle.
Oh, okay.
But with boop, that doesn't matter. As long as it moves the tool head up, we're good. So it's gonna have a forward tilt to the QGL.
Yep.
This is an LDO sheet on the bed. This is what they're calling their Dark Rock series of printed build surfaces. I have no opinion on it yet. The texture looks good. I like a fine texture, but I haven't tried it yet.
I've had a few prints on it. From what I've noticed, it needs a few prints, then cleaning it over and over again before ABS will really stick really well to it. PLA stuck to it just fine. ABS had a little bit of trouble after, or when you first started it, but after that it went well.
Yeah.
Like the gold one from LDO on the V2 kit I had, that never had any issues with it sticking, but this one had a little bit at the beginning. I don't know if it could just be different ways they're manufacturing it or some coating on it, I don't know, but I like it though. I also have one of those OSEQ sheets.
OSEC? Mm-hmm. I have a couple of those. What is the status of boop? Is it released to try? There is a newer beta out there now. I think beta 3 is out on the files now, Jeremy. I'm running basically a version of beta 3 on this. This is probably gonna fail. It's gonna go too many iterations. It's not set up well right now. We're gonna fix that here in a minute.
I'm still running the very, very first beta 1 of boop on my Micron. Should probably update that.
Just move the flex plate forward. I'm gonna need to adjust these values anyway, so we're gonna do that instead, Thomas. We're gonna get this. Yeah, it should do too many iterations and fail. So we're gonna go into the config file here in a second. It's boob made for MGN7 or MGN9 X-Rail. It's an MGN9. It's a 9H even. Hey, it actually, did it finish or did it fail? Let's find out. Let's go here and let's go here. Local. Let's bring this up. So did it, too many, oh no, it actually hit. It actually it hit within tolerance at the 5th iteration. Is it me or is the LCD slightly to one side? The LCD is almost exactly centered. Now, the LCD itself behind here, it's not, I mean, it's centered within this housing. And if you look, the yellow filament does allow a little bit of a shadow of the screen to show through. This is, as it is, it's 0.6 or 0.8 millimeters. I could add another layer to make that a little more, less obvious, but I'm okay with it right now. Jordan, thanks for becoming a member. Okay, so we need to figure build area for my build here. So I've elected to move the bed back a little bit to give myself a little more space when the front door is closed. So I'm going to sacrifice some Y travel doing that. And we sacrifice a little bit of Y travel with boop anyway, a few millimeters. So right now, I think if I go to the interface and we're just going to we're at Y2. If we go to Y0, we actually run out of, it hits the front idlers. So let's go into the machine and change our end stop positions for Y. X should be okay. X would be the default. And you said you actually get a little less than 180, but the config says 180. Let's go in and check that then.
On X, yeah. I think mine is at let me see.
End stop position here, it says 190. I'm gonna go.
Oh no, mine's at 180. Mine's at
185. But you were saying you get actually a little less than that.
Yeah, I thought I did. Maybe I was wrong. I don't know. I'll have to double check mine. Mine's set to 180.
Let's change our position max. Yeah. Just reduce this by 5 millimeters and see where we end up on the. I don't know what's going to be the better view for this for folks. So I just did that. Let's try this. Now we're going to home all. Where are we at? How many people? Almost 300 people here. Hey, Takuya. Hey, Ferrotus. Is boop like tap? Yes. So boop is a small version of tap. It is meant for Micron and Solid Fork. It is not meant for V0. There's a couple of reasons. The reduction of Y travel would be a big one, and the cantilever bed isn't stiff enough. So, okay. So with that there, now I'm going to just go to the dashboard and move the tool head to Y0. And see if we hit the idlers, and second, if the nozzle's over the at the front edge of the bed.
Jeremy, Pacific Northwest, Washington State. That's where I'm from.
Why is that not moving? I did G0, Y0. It's not moving. Well, that's weird.
Is it in relative mode or?
Oh, it must be. What is that? G91? Absolute?
Yeah. Yeah.
No. There we go. Okay, now it went, and here, let's go. It's G90. Let's go X10. Just so I get a better look here. I think I guessed at 185, I guess just about perfect. It's right on the edge of the bed now. So let's see, what if we go GX0? That goes without any drama. And G0X180. Yeah, I get 180. I get a full 180 out of this.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought it was 170.
Yeah, X is perfect.
Yeah.
Y is good at 185. If we go G0, Y 185, that should take us. Oh, what happened there? That was weird. Did you see that or hear that?
Yeah, went back.
When it went back, it made a noise. Y0. Okay. G0, Y185. I'll just pay attention and see if it does it again.
Yeah.
Okay. Now for the QGL points, let's double check those. So let's go to printer config. And we're going to scroll down to. So Lars is asking, does there exist a micro Nevermore for the Micron?
There is the Zero filter from Zero Run Show in the Doom Cube Discord. There's a channel for that. I've never installed one, but it's got quite a bit of people using it. I think it uses 4010 blower, I think, if I recall.
Hi, Computer Joe. Okay, I'm gonna scroll down here to QGL and we're looking for the points. So, gantry corners. Gantry corners are going to change because my coordinates are different, right? Since I changed my max.
I think those should stay the same, but that's where it's like pivoting. I think it's just the points that need to be changed where you're actually probing. If I understand that correctly. I think that's how.
Well, if yours is based on 190, then I should subtract 5 because I made mine 185. I think I should subtract 5 from the front ones, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that was always confusing for me on how that actually worked.
Because 0, I've moved forward by 5 millimeters.
Yeah.
So
I get what you're saying. Okay.
If I've moved the 0 forward by 5 millimeters for the forward, I should just subtract 5 from every value, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
In the Y direction, not the X, because the X would be the same. So minus
forward,
62X, but this should be minus 15 in Y. And then it goes to 244 in X, but 229.5 in Y, right?
I think those are the Z joints, the pivoting points. So those would stay the same, right? Okay.
No, because 0 changes. Your reference point is 0 on these. So whatever your 0 reference point is in your build, and since I changed that by 5 from yours, I should just in the Y, I should just need to subtract 5 from your corners. And then on the points here, I'd rather go. I don't want to really probe the very tippy corner. I'm gonna go like 10-10. And then probably 10 and is this, I always forget, is this nozzle referenced or is this probe referenced? And in this case, it's the same. So theoretically, I should be able to go like 175 here for the back.
Yeah.
And
those are set up for the clicky because it's, yeah. So my points on mine are 10, 10, 110, 170, 170, 170, 170, 10. Exactly what you're doing. When I changed it for boot.
And this should go 10 millimeters in on every corner. So let me let Charlie out. I forgot to put the Charlie cam on. I'm surprised I didn't get yelled at. So in our probe offset, we had changed last time to 0. So let me double check that though. Our probe offset is all zeros. So let's save and restart this, and then we'll go and see if we can get a fewer iteration QGL. So let's see. I think that'll work. Home all. Running out of corners to put views in. Okay, so that is done, and then we can QGL. And that is right there. It appears to be about 10-10 just by eye. And on the back, same thing. Yep. We're looking good. Oh, we are more like, that's interesting. We're more like 5 millimeters, 7 millimeters in on that side. Dopey Lee, thank you. Listening while getting Ender 3 S1 and daydreaming of a way to talk my wife into a V0. Thanks for everything you guys do. Really helps out the old fart like me. Awesome. A V0 is a great additional printer to have.
It is. It's if you can only have 2, one of them should be a V0.
Yes.
Those were my first 2. First one was a V0, but that was printed on a Prusa Mark III. and then the V0 put in the V2, and then the Mark III got sold. So then I just had Vorons. And the V0 has always been at least one of them. Right now, it's needs some work. Its extruders having issues, but
The V0.
yeah,
Jeremy
it's just
Grossman,
telling me
thank
it
you.
wants its rebuild. So
Yeah. I wish tap instructions change QGL points too. Put it in as an issue. Put it in as a request. Not necessarily an issue, but on the GitHub, put in a request for QGL point changes. Now, is there a PR out there for that? Did I see that, actually? Isn't
in the
there
Micron,
no, for tap.
or
I thought I saw a PR for changing QGL on tap. I might be misremembering, but that finished. It finished in whatever, three iterations, and we've got a squared gantry.
yeah.
Awesome. So G0X, what? 90, Y 90. Move out of range. Oops. G, oops. There we go. Gotta go. See you, Nathan. Thanks for being here. There was a PR already. So it takes a good while. Remember, the Voron team is it's not a business. We're all volunteers. Nobody's getting paid to do this. Reviews of anything ends up happening with the flow of time and motivation, right? So.
Yes.
And that's the way, that's what we have to do to keep this fun. There's no deadlines. There's no anything like that. So, okay, we need to go through. I need to do the basic things. PID tune the tool head, PID tune the heater bed. I'll do the tool head now, but I'll do the heater bed once I get the panels on. Remind me again what yellow is. It is Sparta's 3D Sparkle Lemon Yellow. Yes. And the black is Sparta 3D's Obsidian Black.
It's a good looking color scheme, that's for sure.
I'm very pleased. Yeah. I'm looking forward to the Mercury build next and the color scheme. I've got some ideas on where I'm gonna go with that one. I need to start printing parts this week.
Do you have a space gray frame V2, right?
I do not. I do not. I have a Trident that isn't built yet, but I do not have a space gray V2. I have a blue, a green, and a black V2.
Okay.
PZ dude, do you have any way of emailing me or messaging me on Discord because that doesn't look familiar to things I've tried.
I just sent it to you on
Oh, okay.
Discord.
Kyle just sent it to me, so thank you. Did you ever confirm the colors or not in time? I don't know, Zombie. I don't have any updates, unfortunately. So it is what it is, but I don't know the status. Okay. We are PID tuning the hot end. Make sure things work. So I always I never remember. So we're either gonna go to clipper3d.org or the Voron docs. I know quickly where to get to it here. So go through the config checks and then down here's the command for PID tuning. So we're gonna grab this. And our first print on here is going to be ABS. So I'm just gonna straight up tune this to ABS temps and calibrate it. So it's okay, Zombie. I mean, there's always more builds. There's always something. Okay. Uh-oh. We got an error. I have got something not right. Oops. That was right there. Heater extruder not heating at expected rate. Why is it not heating at expected rate? Did it go up at all? I didn't pay attention to whether it was heating. We've got an error.
Those dang CAN boards, man.
Well, I did plug the heater in. I had left one end off. Did this get hot at all? It doesn't feel like it. I did plug the heater in. Let's look at the, I guess just the real quick double check. The thermistor value, I think it should be the 104 NT because it's a Revo. Yeah, 104 NT is in there. We got a sensor pin. We were getting values. What is not working? Let's restart. I blame the Revo. Let's do a firmware restart.
You have a EBB 36 in there?
It is. It is.
Which version of it? Because the heater pin for my EBB 36 was a different one than I just saw on yours.
Mine is, oh, okay. It's the 1.2. We are getting temperatures reading from the extruder here. It's behind chat. Let's check that.
Because mine's PB13.
The heater pin isn't set to EBB. Okay. Did I miss that? What should it be? So if we go here, we go to Big TT EBB 36 GitHub. Let's go to the EBB and EBB can 1.1, the EBB 36, and the pin. So the heater should be PB13 for 1.2, and that's what I have. I have a 1.2. It should be PB13. So let's go back here and go
I think yours is on PA2 is what it looked like.
Oh yeah, and it's not even specified to the can. So let's go EBB 36. Well, this is good. This is a me issue, not a printer issue. So PB13 is what it should be.
Yeah, I had the 1.2 as well, so that's what mine set up at. So.
Yep. Okay, so let's save and restart and do that again. I did forget I forgot to specify the MCU. And you specify the MCU by giving it a name, and then before the pin, you put the name and then colon and then the pin. Okay, so now should be able to just run that again and watch that heater go up. Yep, it's going up. Perfect.
Oh, is that song playing in the background?
Oh, yeah.
Hold on, let me. Hold on. They're not even in the house right now, so let me turn that off.
That's hilarious.
Okay.
It's a picnic error, not a Revo error. Yep, Charlie wants in. Come on, Charlie. It's okay. This is not a Big Tree Tech screen. It is not anything. This is a wave share that I bought. This screen is a 3.5 inch capacitive touchscreen. So that was I did a search on Amazon. I searched for 3.5 inch and capacitive, and this is what came up. Now what ended up happening is this is a discontinued screen from WaveShare, so documentation is minimal. No CAD model. I had to sit there with my calipers and measure it to come up with a basic, very simple model to create this screen from. But it's HDMI, and there are, if you notice, there's two holes over here in the side of the case here, and that's so I can grab a scrap of something like filament or something. And do I have a piece? Yeah. And reach in there and poke the brightness controls. So I can turn the brightness up. Well, and that's down. So let's go up. The bottom one is up, the top one is down, apparently, for brightness. I am running it off the CB one, yes. And that's why I had to do an HDMI screen and not a DSI screen. So we are heating. Oh, the front fan is working. The hot end fan is working. Is a micron faster than the V0? I wouldn't say yes or no on that. What do you think, Kyle?
You should be able to do roughly the same.
Yeah.
It's the same motors for the AB, so I mean, and same drivers and everything, so it should be roughly the same speeds.
Yeah.
But the V0 is obviously more, the gantry is more rigid. It's not flying gantry, so V0 is probably gonna have a better time going at those speeds than the Micron. But same thing like with V2 and Trident.
Oh, that finished. That was quick. Okay.
I think this might be. I just sent you a link. I think that might be the wiki for that screen on Waveshare.
Any thoughts on
I'm
going
not
back
100% sure.
and fixing the tri-vent? I have every intention of going and fixing the tri-vent. The problem, so my big workload problem right now is I bought that Shapeoko CNC and I bought a table for it. And my intention was this was going to be, I just put some money out there and I have a tool that I can use and not a project. Turns out buying an extrusion-based table for a 180-pound CNC is not a great idea. The casters started bending. The whole thing was just not sturdy enough, not stiff enough. I've got the gantry is not squared up, and I think there's a twist in the table when I built it. So that turned into a project building a new table for the CNC, and that's been taking up way too much of my time. Once that's done, then I can get to other things. So the tri-vent is there in the other garage in its box still, waiting for me to clear time to work on that. Stefan, this display would probably work pretty well on a V0.2. You'd probably have to angle it forward a little more to clear. This is at this angle here because of my quick and the path I started in modeling this display. Any more of an angle here and the brackets for mounting it to the frame weren't lining up. So that's what dictated the angle of the screen here. It was supposed to be a tool, not a project, yes. Okay, I saved.
Famous last words.
Yeah. So I saved the config. Now, what do we have left? Are we almost ready to print?
It's time for a print.
What am I missing? I gotta put panels on it. And I need folks to debate what our first print needs to be. So let's start putting panels on it, and we can
Print
talk
out
about
that new Rocky Mountain coin print. That's a good one.
Oh, there we go. You want to send that to me?
Yeah.
We're going to Rocky Mountain. We are going to have a very large Voron team presence. It is going to be a blast. I don't know what's going to be the better view here. Maybe this. We'll do the coin because you modeled that, right?
Yeah. It was quickly thrown together, but it works pretty well.
Yeah.
It's a hexagon, bestagon.
We are going to push plastic, but we are going to push ABS plastic. So I need to get some panels on here. So we're about an hour and a half into the stream. So an hour and a half to go till our giveaways. Giving away a full stepper motor kit for one of these builds and some Polymaker filament. So links are in the description. Got to be here to win, but I do it at a set time. So that's my compromise for you. Hey, Jamie. I just finished printing a collapsing lightsaber. I'm having way too much fun with it, of course.
I made
You
one
should
for
have
my
someone
kids,
generate
but
a
yeah,
Charlie
couldn't
model
build it.
for your first prints. I need a Charlie model. I have 0 skills in order to make that happen.
Yeah, organic modeling like that, that's a whole new
Yeah,
thing I can't figure out.
yeah, same.
That's something I don't even want to try. Just wait till the AI can do it for you. Just say, make me a model of Charlie, it'll do it for you.
This is true. And that's what, just a couple of months from now? Where did
Yeah,
my...
probably. It's coming.
I mean, the way that's advancing, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah. Yeah, you might put that RM or coin STL in like G-Chat or something in Discord.
You could.
Someone's asking for it, so yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go put it there.
I love the looks of the Micron, but I feel the clips to hold the panels take away the boxy, clean look. Is there an alternative fix for the panels? You're talking about these? I like these clips. One of my criticisms, one minor, very minor criticism of Salad Fork is the panel clips are just chunky. When I finally finish up putting panels on my Salad Fork, I'm gonna probably use these clips.
Yeah, I like the way those turned out. They're simple and clean. They work well. I use those on the top and the back, and on the sides I use those quick release ones.
I have not tried any of the quick release ones. I probably should, I just haven't taken the time to print them. Yeah, organic models requires an artist skills rather than an artistic mind rather than a technical mind. And those people who can combine those are magicians to me.
Yeah, I don't know how to do those. That's just it's
Well, the
magic.
people that can do both, be the artistic and the organic or the technical. The holes in these are a little tight for the M3, and I don't know if it's my prints or the models.
It should be the same, I would assume. Let me double check.
No, but I gotta get Band-Aids and stuff for brother.
Oh, am I powered on? Let me turn this thing off. Everything, nothing saved. Let me shut this down. System shut down host, so I can unplug it and not be tethered to the... Oh, shoot. I forgot to peel back the protective film on this corner. Is there a reason the Vorons don't have carry handles as default? They used to. The 2.2 had carry handle by default. Hey, there's Charlie. He's coming for the inspection. Don't forget to take off the plastic under the clips. Thank you, John Paul. Gene Paul? Gene Paul? John Paul? Gene Paul. Just drop boxes and chamfer away until it looks like I tried to make an effort. Yep, pretty much. All the fillets. You fill it. LDO shipping handles with their 2 point, yes. But there are some printed handles. I have handles on my original V2.
You have it on this side?
Hi, Kobiko? Chobiko? Don't forget to fuss Charlie. Yeah. Hi, Charlie.
You are a brave boy, you know that?
Brave boy.
Yeah, he walked in, his hand was all bloody. He got a boo-boo.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Getting a Band-Aid.
Not like the jeans, but the French Jean Paul. Use them better, make sure good. Okay, we got, Charlie is insisting on attention. Where are the handles? We've got handles. Are these look like they might be 10 or 8s. What's this fastener size for the handles? Ah, I think 8s will work, that's good. Band-Aids and kisses fix all boo-boos. Yep.
They do.
So problem is I don't think these are set for 3mm foam.
Oh, yep. Probably not.
Okay, I'm gonna leave those off for now then.
Yeah. There are some other handles that Maverick made for the V0 that I modified for Micron that require, they don't screw into the extrusion. They get built around the extrusion, they screw together, and they're pretty nice, pretty solid.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna leave them off altogether for now.
Yeah.
What do we have? Asking Steve, Trident versus 2.4 is always funny. Let's be honest. Well, I mean, the only honest answer I can give is Trident. That's my honest answer. It may be biased, but it's my honest answer. I want rounded feet that would act as rollers to help tilt my 2.4 over. There's a mod for that. Someone made a mod
Yeah, there's
for.
a few of them on the mods website.
You should do some CAN bus videos. I think this is the wrong channel for that. Now I know you meant CAN bus, but
Put a new cam in an old bus.
yes. We have covered CAN. We did CAN on this build. We did CAN on Tridex, and next weekend we are probably going to do the EBB 22 or the SB 2240 from Big Tree Tech on the Trident. The Trident is a better design. I just love when you say that. It makes many people so mad. Okay. I'm just kind of going through, just kind of polishing things up here. So I'm going to cut these belts to just enough teeth to where if I have to rebuild this, I can grab the belt. But I want to grab the same number of teeth on each one, so they all stay the same length. So maybe I will. Let's just do a little weird, just a random thing as a spacer, and I'm gonna cut it to the top of that. There. Just gonna use a thing, like I said, just a spacer. Just cut them all the same, because that's all that really matters is that these are the same. This is a little test cut for the acrylic for the panel, for getting my settings when I cut those yesterday. I cut the panel. So there we go. So all of those are cut down about the same. They can just hang there. They have clips for that. That's okay. Normally I would just cut them flush, because you can get enough slack from the top idlers to get those, but
yeah, I've seen a few mods that just hold the belts like that. I always just end up zip tying or cut them flush. That really bothered me. I think you're the one who told me to cut them flush, actually.
yeah, I just cut them.
too.
I just cut them flush. Space this off so I'm not putting pressure on these fans, and then get back to this. What's the best way to cut my own acrylic? Depends on your tools that are available to you. Oh, I screwed up. I put the top panel on first. That was a problem.
Oh, yep.
I didn't even think about that. Darn it.
Jan 1515. This is preloaded nuts.
Okay. Well, that kills any efficiencies I was trying to do. So yeah, depending on what tools you have available, I've been using the little diode laser that I have. Works pretty well. But otherwise a table saw, if you're careful. CNC router.
I use a table saw to cut mine a few times.
I've used a table saw. Hey John, welcome. 2 clamps, a straight edge, and a circular saw can work, yep. Or a jigsaw. Lots of ways with all their own safety considerations. All those things will expose the soft bleedy bits if you're not careful. Fine tooth blade, yep. I don't know if I have enough, if I'm gonna have enough of these little printed hex nut holders for this, but if not, I'll just go to bare nuts.
I've never actually used those printed holders.
Yeah?
I don't know why. I printed a bunch out one day and just never ended up using them. They're sitting in a box still.
To be honest, they're not really super helpful because they don't add any friction to the to the thing. What I was hoping they would do is kind of help hold the nut in place even when it's like vertical. But
okay.
But it doesn't do that. So they're not really very useful. What they do help with is lift it off the bottom of the channel though, for some of those fasteners that are just barely long enough to catch the threads. It does help there. So what do we have? Any other questions for Kyle? We got to get this thing. We're almost there. We'll be printing. But one of the drawbacks of that is if your fastener is just a little longer, then you end up having to drive it into the bottom of this little nut holder.
I have seen some out there that have a hole in the back of it, so the screw can go through it. It does not hit the plastic.
Yeah.
I think those might work a little better for that reason. But,
Oops.
I know LDO links to those ones on there.
Links to these.
Stocks for V0. Yeah.
Oops. Oopsie. You just need to print them slightly over extruded. Well, that would do it too. You're right. And I'm really hoping I have enough nuts here. Yeah, I caught it, Andrew. I'm slightly ahead of you. I forgot to peel the protective plastic away. That's just not gonna work. Does the extruder carriage have much flex, and is it possible to use a smaller cable chain with CAN bus? Yeah, if the problem is the cable chains are basically available in certain sizes, right? So you got 7mm and then 10.
I know I've
Hey,
seen
OGK kid.
there's those CAN bus boards that mount to like the rear extrusion and the gantry. So if you did that, that's just 4 wires going up to the whole gantry. You could use a V0 Z chain.
Mm-hmm.
Be super tiny. It would work just fine.
I thought about using 2 7mm chains on the Tridex build to do chains instead of umbilical.
Oh, that'd probably work really pretty well too.
But since I had not done umbilical on any builds, I decided to give it a try. And it's working out pretty well. On the umbilicals I have on the Tridex seem to be working pretty well. Be aware of the bending radius when choosing a smaller cable chains. Yep, that's a good point. Worst Peter. Worst Peter or best Peter?
Michael Bravo, no, not at this point. It's just gonna be the partial kits from LDO. They're not. I don't think they're planning on making a full kit.
Is there a full LDO Micron 180 kit? What's the question, right?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, and I missed this one. Jarrett asked how did I feel the first time I saw my stuff I designed on AliExpress? It was weird. I didn't think I ever expect to see that on there. I've even found them on Amazon now. Some of the stealth burner boards.
Yep.
Which is very strange to me. I've had people find them and send me links like, "Is this you?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's for me." But they're like, "Well, why are you selling?" I'm like, "I'm not selling it. This is me selling these things. I just post the files online and other people sell it." But it's still weird to me to see those things on Amazon and Ali.
Yeah, it's weird to me seeing, I mean, just like the designs I've done. I can't imagine if my name was actually on them.
Yeah, that's what's weird to me. It's now like a search term on AliExpress. You can just search my screen name and find things.
Does anybody know when these LDO partial kits are available in the EU? So your best bet is going to be to check with your favorite local LDO distributor. And they will have contact information and the means to get a hold of whatever, to check with LDO, whatever. We are almost there. I need to put the 2 top panel things that I took off back on. Do any nuts go in these front 2 extrusions? For the doors, isn't there on the inside a magnet here, but there's some on this side for the hinges?
Yeah, so the hinges are on the right and the magnets on the left.
But the magnets are on the inside.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can put the top on this side without problems. And then I ordered some poly panels. Those are better than acrylic. Now, what is it? Poly don't scratch as easy, right? But they don't insulate as well as acrylic? Is that there's some trade-off there. One of them scratches easier and one of them insulates better.
Yeah, I think you're right with that one. I don't really know the whole lot. I think I've only ever used acrylic panels on mine. I have glass panels on my V0, so that works pretty well, but that's not the easiest to get.
Polycarb is harder. Okay, one. This is the stuff I tried to do pre-stream prep on to make it go quicker, and it is going quicker than it would have otherwise. But hey, Mr. K. But there's only, I mean, there's only so much I can do before stream without just basically building the printer. So, and it's Steve builds, not Steve prints.
Delvin mainboard for the Micron recommendations. Probably an Octopus for the most common one. That's what's in the CAD for it right now.
The what?
The main board is what I recommend for the main board for the Micron.
What is the recommendation?
Yeah, I just like Octopus for it.
Oh,
It fits
Octopus.
well in there.
Yeah. It sounded like you said Noctua for some reason. That's how it came out. I'm like, what?
Yes, Noctua's new main board.
Yeah.
Pretty sweet.
Have you put a V0 display on a Micron?
Yeah, the Micron 120 builds have the files for a V0 display. I haven't adapted those to the 180 skirts yet, but I mean the 120 skirts have it. That is on the list of things I want to add. I want to add the mini 128/64 display as well as a V0 display.
Yeah, that would be good. Give especially the mini 128/64 is a nice low cost, still very functional option. What about the Spider?
They should work, yeah. I think there's mounts for the Spider for the 120 as well. But yeah, since the 180 uses DIN rails, pretty much any board you can fit in there will work. But yeah, I mean, for 120, that's pretty specific to Octopus and Spider, because were the two main age-ever boards, and that one's made. But. And I also my original Micron 120 actually used a pair of SKR Mini E3s for it. And
probably a pair of Picos would work pretty well.
Yeah, that's what Polar Ted just said, is a pair of Picos.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Nice. You can stack them all too. You can stack the two Picos in a pile together with some standoffs and save a lot of room.
So Think Leet is asking why I use a CAN to USB board instead of the pass-through stuff and Clipper on Octopus are similar. Well, the simple answer is I haven't used a board that has a pass-through yet. That's not on every board. So far the builds I've used require some sort of USB to CAN adapter. Oh shoot, that just.
I think those are also easier to get up and running, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except the V2 I just finished building, that red one. That's using the Mellow Fly Gemini and their expansion board.
Oh, so I take it back. So I haven't done this on camera, but I do have the Fly Gemini running CAN, but it's internal. I have the communication between the SBC and the MCU is internally made through a CAN interface, and it's configurable on that board. You can do USB or CAN by a jumper. Polar Ted helped me configure that, actually.
Yeah, I like that board a lot.
That's on my V0. Now I'm not using a CAN toolhead board on that, but it's communicating via CAN between the onboard SBC and the MCU. And coming up, the Mercury 1 build is going to use the Big Tree Tech, the E3 Mini EZ Manta is what I'm using for that. That one also does not have an onboard CAN capability, so I will need to use a UTC on that as well. Hey, Mastermind. I got a Pico to convert my vertex. The Pico is tiny. It is.
My V0 is going to be swapped out to a Manta M8P.
Oh, okay.
With a CM4. so I can still run the DSI screen on it. But it's going to be the dual extruder with the Bowden, the new Bowden V02 head, V02 tool head. Yeah.
Now I have a CM4 now, thanks to Obi-Wan Kenobi here in chat. So I may end up using that on the Mercury 1 build, so I can run a DSI display on it. And plus, it'll give a little bit of variety to my builds. Since I've covered the CB1 now on this build, I can do the compute module 4 on that one and see how it goes.
Yeah.
Manta Easy. What's that? Go ahead.
Oh, so the VictorTech sent me the Manta M8P for the V0 to try out.
Nice.
And they sent me 5 easy drivers to go with it, but it doesn't have easy driver slots. So.
Oh, funny.
The normal steps.
I should have let you know, because they sent me the E3, the Manta E3 EZ without drivers.
Yeah, I have no board for them, so I can send them on the way.
No, I've already bought them. It was cheaper to just buy, because it's $30 off Amazon for a set of 5 of the 2209 EZs, so it was not a problem. But I just thought it was funny. They sent the setup to use without drivers, and it was just miscommunication.
Yeah.
I'm
looking forward to that board. It looks pretty cool, the M5P.
Thoughts on Bowden for V0?
Yes.
Yes. Where is my little board? I've got the board around here somewhere. I don't know where it is immediately. The Bowden toolhead board that you made. So my plan is to put that and keep my original V0.0, update it to V0.2, but it'll run a Bowden configuration. I've been looking at using a Waveshare Nano mount with a CM4 in my V0. Just need to break out the extra USB ports. What is a nano mount?
Waveshare Nano? I don't know what that is.
Now, my big reason for going Bowden on my V0.0 is simply that I already have 3 V0s that are direct drive V0.2s now. So why not do the other one as Bowden? I see some chatter that 24/7 printing determined that it's not really any benefit, right? To do Bowden over direct drive at that size. Hey, Frank.
I see
welcome.
It looks cleaner.
Huh?
I see it looks cleaner.
Yeah.
Oh, and the Waveshare Nano is a little board that you plug. It looks like you plugged the CM4 into. To make it its own.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Has DSI output, all the GPIO, and the USB on it. Looks like. Neat.
Okay, we are almost there. We're down to this panel and then the door. We will be printing. We are about an hour away from the drawing. So a full set of Micron stepper motors, courtesy of LDO. Links are in the description. And you must be here to win. I gotta do that. This one can come back on. Oh, I did not put in, nope, it can't go back on. I need to put in the screws, the mounts for the, I'm drawing a blank, for the spool holder.
Yep.
Okay, so a little spool holder. I need some PTFE tube. This is going to mount like this. I'm just going to put it in one side. So PTFE goes in there, and then we cut it off. There we go. So this is going to go on this side, right there. So I need two more nuts in that side. I think, am I just about out of? Yeah, I'm out of those. That's okay. I don't really need them. Just use the bare nuts. What size were the screws, or were the screws on the
I think they were
mount?
10s. I think you said. If you're looking
Were
at.
they? Goes a nut. Nut is lost to the carpet. I have more. Yeah, I'm out of nuts.
They're 12s. It looks like on the CAD.
They're 12s. Okay. Hi, Nappin. Hi, Ken Gross. How is everyone doing? Okay, 12s. Is that what we said?
Yep.
They kind of scratch. I'm going to try 10s. So I'm running low on 12s anyway. They kind of scratch the bottom of the
Oh, okay.
of the channel. Yep, I can catch threads on a 10, so. And I don't know at what point these need to go. That's probably good enough. Still no Charlie. Oh, you're right. Thanks, Max. Let me get the Charlie cam set up. I disturbed him a little bit.
Oh, Polar
There
to
we
those STM32 adapters for the displays. I use that on I think all my displays.
Yes.
Of the 128064 displays I use.
Yep, those are really handy.
Yeah.
Charlie looks different today, or is it just the fact that he's in the corner on the bottom right? They're calling you a cat.
Yep. It's all good. I get it. Fine.
Little kid voices. You don't get many of
Maybe it's
those
coming.
around here. Huh?
I think they're coming for lunch now, so.
Lunchtime. Okay.
Yep.
Side panels are on. What am I missing? Oh, we got the front corner is going to go on when the door goes on. Let's see. It's the headphones. What do we got? I got one for my 12864, and I had to try it on CAN. I need to try those little CAN boards you sent me too for that. I haven't tried that yet. My son is little.
Troy J, I got a dog too. Yeah. He's somewhere around here.
Door, and then we're almost done. Get all the door pieces here. Tape. Okay. Door pieces. We've got a couple of magnets needed. Let me grab these in here since these seem to be a little stronger. Hey, Nino. What EBB 36 V1.2 can is better to use? The Nomax 38165 or the GOB1? So the Nomax 31865 is just a PT100 compatible version, right? Otherwise, they're the same.
Yeah, the one with the max is the PT100 version. Without that, it won't work with that.
Okay.
That's how it works.
So I have some. There we go. Okay, so there are some pre-populated nuts in here for these little mounts for the magnets. And where do these go exactly? Do these go all the way? And do these actually fit with the little printed? Oh crap, Kyle! These don't fit with the little printed, stupid little printed nut things. You know what I mean? Are you there? Are you muted?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That's
those,
okay.
Yeah. Those are right from V0.
Yeah, but they
change
won't
them.
fit
Oh,
with
yeah.
these little these little nut
Okay.
spacers,
Yeah.
which is a problem because I put those in there, and now I need to figure out if I can cut one out. Without completely destroying the frame here. Oops. There we go. Okay, so I just broke the... And then let's cut this in half to make it easier to... There we go. I'm gonna have to do that on 2 of these, I think. So maybe a recommendation in there that we don't put that little nut helper on those.
Yeah. Or make a specific size for that one, but either way works.
Yeah. You'd have to change
That's how it was originally. I was on Micron. I had 4 different spaced, like preset nut holders like that, so they were set the right distance apart, and it got too confusing. So I just like make like one size and then let's go with that. Print a bunch of them out.
See if this will work now. There we go. There we go. Okay. And then do we know exactly where these go in this space, or do I get the door thing on and then line them up to that probably, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, they should go all the way to the top of the extrusion. And
all the way to the
bottom.
top? Okay.
Yeah, and then sit on top of the lower...
The little printed piece.
Cover, right? Yeah.
Okay, so all the way to the top is what I'll do. And on this one, I need to get in here and cut this.
Or I take that back. The top one is a little bit lower, but the bottom one is sitting on top of that. So it's the same distance from the horizontal frame extrusion.
Okay.
So let me see the exact measurement of that.
There we go.
It's, yes, the top one in CAD is 6 millimeters from the top of the frame. From the bottom side of the top, frame piece.
So what I've done here for anybody who's trying to figure out, I had to cut the little plastic carrier for the nut so that the two can sit closer together for this for the little magnet pockets. So okay, let's go there. Make sure these are all in the same direction. What did I miss? Hey, Sanity. You missed everything. There we go. And one more, which I think I dropped. To go searching for fasteners later. So the bottom one's all the way against. So it's basically, is it basically 3 millimeters or that same distance?
Yeah, and CAD 6 millimeters, so it should be both. that same distance off the bottom, off the.
Dad, you eat my bowl.
Is that how tall the
Yeah.
Z cover is?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think somewhere, is it 6 millimeters? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Maybe I'll find, where is my little ruler? Let's go here.
Yeah, nice. That lens on that camera does unscrew to remove, so you can build in that mount.
The what?
He's asking about the camera mount. The knight was asking about the camera mount that I have on my Rico. Those thin camera. The lens does unscrew from those cameras, so you can mount it on those mounts.
There, I just used my calipers to space this one down 6 millimeters. Oh, have I missed anything in chat? Tag me if I missed anything. Hey, Brian Murphy. Okay, so those are on. These can go away. And now I need, how many nuts here? We can, how many nuts go in the front in this extrusion here? Is it
I have 2 hinges
two?
on mine.
2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or just 2 nuts, yeah.
I only printed as much as was there. Hey, Danny.
I mean, you can use 3, but 2 was just fine for that builder.
I only printed as many as were there.
Okay,
So
that works.
okay, then the last corner clip I'm going to put back in the top now. Almost there. When is the Bay Area meetup? When are you going to organize it, John? You organize it, I'll be there. It sounds like we're going to try to do a little Sacramento meetup after Rocky Mountain. So anybody who's in the Sacramento or easily drivable NorCal region, I'm going to do something. Okay.
Lee, it's really hard to live in a blurry house all the time.
You need glasses.
All the time.
You just need
I
glasses.
Yeah.
Just need to wear your glasses
Like,
all
I
the
have
time.
glasses.
Hey, Clee, welcome. Is there a Pacific Northwest rep type gathering? Huh?
I wish.
Kyle wishes.
I wish there was.
Okay. Protective stuff. We get to do a final peel when it's done. Wow, we are almost there. Oh, you know what I didn't print? Ooh, that's a problem. I did not print a spool, the little filament mount. We can probably do that quickly. Here, let's go. Printers for ants, STLs. Is it in the panels? Bowden tube holder.
Yeah.
Bowden tube holder. Let's download that. It's there. Let's bring up Prusa Slicer. And while that's loading up, let's go V0 gold. Oops. V0 gold. This will be like a 10-minute print, 15-minute print. See, this is why everybody needs a V0. Here, let's get it preheating and then pull up the Bowden tube holder on a V0 gold with just an ABS and there. Slice now. It is a 10-minute print. It says so right there behind Kyle. I did not expect to actually be right on that guess. Apparently everyone needs 4 V0s. Well, I have 3 operable V0s. The other one will be at some point. Okay, how does this go? We've got a, well, that's preheating. This mounts this way. Okay, and these just go in. They just thread, just screw in with probably by 8s.
Yep, and the hinge screw goes up from the bottom. You can go either way. If you go up from the bottom, it makes the door be able to be lifted off. But if you go down from the top, and the door doesn't come off, so it's whatever you prefer, really. I like the lift-off door.
Yeah, I'm down for a lift-off door. N+1 is the correct amount of printers. That's absolutely true. N+1. Okay, and I'm guessing these go like this, and does this basically just supposed to line up with the top of the thing? Okay, so door panel goes on here. Let's get some tape. Do I have tape handy? Yep. How old is your son?
Mine?
Yeah.
2.
2. Very articulate for 2.
Yeah, he like last weekend was the first he really started talking a lot. Like he would talk up until then, but like last weekend he just never stopped talking after last weekend.
And he won't stop talking for the rest of his.
Yes.
Once it starts, it doesn't stop.
Yeah.
My son was a very late talker, like really late. So he was well into 3 before he was really talking.
Okay. Yeah, he's almost 3. I think it's actually 2 months today. He'll be 3.
Okay, so this is gonna go. You said this could go either. It's got to go from the top, and then the screws go from the bottom through this piece.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they thread into the main part on the printer, and then they just kind of fit through.
Oh, so I should probably thread them in before I even attach these?
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea. And what's the likelihood I'm going to split these parts?
They shouldn't split. I mean, mine didn't split when I put it in there, but I mean, I don't know how many other people have actually done that. I printed a few of them. Tried it out. Should be good. I have faith in you. Your parts are printed pretty well, so.
What if we try a little tap? Oh yeah, that would have worked fine, I think. This is tapping by hand. Oh, Jason's here. Hey, Jason. So everybody say hi, Jason. This is tapping by hand, so I'm sure it's going to be fine. So what length is the screw that goes through there? It's a little button head, right?
Excuse me, yeah. Trail mixed on the wrong way. That was a, what size screw was that? .35 button head.
35? Perfect. Okay, so that's gonna go there. Screw in from the bottom. And then this other part should just slip on. Oh, it's not a slip fit. Should it be?
Oh, it's not. Yeah, it should be.
It should be. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what the 3mm reamer is for. Oh, and it's not. It's quite off.
What happened to hole in cat? Let me see.
So I am going to go get my drill And I am going to put Dancing Max in charge, but you're still going to be audible, Kyle. You're still going to be audible. I'm going to go on mute, but I think they'll still be able to hear you. So I'm going to go grab my drill real quick because this is a little more than what I want to do by hand. And I'll be right back.
Yeah, look at the CAD. It's actually 3 millimeters, should be 3.4, so that's the problem.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Dancing Max. DJ Natty, no, I cannot dance like that.
Okay.
And I will not.
Dancing Steve next time. Steve does not dance. Steve does not dance. You know what I really need to do is just get a little like 8-volt drill, small drill I can keep in here because this thing's a little overkill. There we go. So that should now slide. Yep, perfect. Perfect slide fit now. I saw you dancing with a Micron printer not even an hour ago. Was that dancing? Is that considered dancing? Okay, perfect. Perfect. PURR. Oh, and of course I threaded that in upside down. Milwaukee M12 drill. Yeah, some little lower voltage drill would be perfect. I have the little 8-volt DeWalt automatic screwdriver. I wonder if they make an 8-volt drill because I like to keep minimum number of batteries and chargers I need to maintain. Did that without trying to talk everyone into buying a new tool. Well, I mean, okay, so I think that one will go to the bottom there. And then this one is gonna get threaded in. So let me just do a quick hand tapping of this. Do you have to set a Z offset with boop? Yes, you still need to set your probe offset because your offset is going to be the distance between the surface of the bed and the trigger point of that optical sensor. You can always do 3D printed adapters to change between tool brands and types. Yep. You know what I found out that I'm a little embarrassed to say, but I'm going to say it anyway? I have had these DeWalt 20 volt tools, right? This 20 volt max tool for quite a while. I have always had finicky battery charging on them. Does anybody have a DeWalt tool and know exactly what I'm talking about? And how many other people didn't realize that the charger for those actually has to click into place. The battery clicks into place. I've always been setting the battery on there and it starts charging, but sometimes it doesn't. And I was really frustrated because I bought the lawnmower, because our gas powered lawnmower finally died, and I just ended up buying the brushless DeWalt because it uses basically the same batteries as all of my other tools. It's the 20 volt version. It uses 2 of them in series for 40 volts. And I couldn't get those to charge right. I thought maybe I got bum batteries or a bum charger, and I looked it up, and there's this 1.5-minute video on YouTube that all it is someone explaining that you put the battery on and you push and it actually clicks into place. And that was exactly the problem I was having. And I just admitted that. I did the same thing with my Milwaukee 12 volt. It's a soft click. It's not a. It's a fairly hard for mine. It takes some significant force to get it to actually seat in there. And once I do that, it's super reliable charging. Okay, so this goes on there like that. This goes on here, and I don't have a great view here. We can move that. There we go.
You need to take those DeWalt batteries and use them on like the Micron to make it run off battery power. The colors match just fine.
The colors, almost, not quite. I mean, I wouldn't mind finding this yellow, but that's a bit off.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah,
DeWalt doesn't have an 8 volt drill driver. However, you can get a quarter drive drill bit set for your 8 volt. But what I would really need it here for is to chuck up like my reamers. So unless I can get some a set of quarter-inch reamers, that's not really gonna work. Okay, we are almost there. Let me peel this and put some VHB on. Use the DeWalt 60 volt flex volt batteries. The lawnmower came with 10 amp hour 20 volt batteries. They're pretty beastie. Okay, so VHB behind this for these, right?
yeah.
Okay. That works pretty well. That's there. Does a quarter-inch drive chuck exist? Probably. That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all. I bet you a quarter-inch, you could get a chuck that's attached to a quarter-inch drive. Okay. VHB tape. VHB, and then I just use my side cutters here to cut it. This one. What do we got? 12:30, so we got half an hour till the giveaway. And probably right after that, I think we're on track to start a print right after the giveaway. So now I'm just going to use my side cutters here to trim this VHB because it's a little wider than the hinge. What do we got? Yeah, I think a little quarter-inch drive chuck would be the answer. And would be the inexpensive answer, not force me to, I mean, believe it or not, I don't try to buy a new tool every time I have a little need for one.
You get a little pin vise to put them in.
but then it's not power.
True. Yeah.
And sometimes you just need that extra RPM or torque. Okay, so that's gonna go on there. This is a little, that's gonna go on there. So I think we're ready to peel these. We can always.
I can get a little truck and a Dremel. Then you can get a little battery powered Dremel. Do all that.
There's one. You almost have a functional door. Is that all? Yep, everything's lined up. There we go. I like having 3 hinges. I might put a 3rd hinge on here. I'll print it out later. Okay, last is the latches. Latches and then the handle. Although I might leave the handle off. I bet you it's not too hard to just grab onto the...
Needed. Yeah.
Let's see. That goes that way. So checking orientation. Oh, and those are not a... Well, I guess they get sandwiched in there, so we're okay. That's gonna go like, correct? It's like that. It's not super strong there.
Yeah, it could be better. I mean,
do you plan on revising the silicone mod on the switch wire? Revisiting the silicone mod. What do we want? What was I probably promised some additional info on that. One of those magnetic latches would work good for that door. Mm-hmm. Okay, last little bit of VHB. So thinner, I mean, this VHB is just gonna make the magnet just a little less effective, but it is what it is. We'll see how well it holds closed and then try something else if we need to. Actually, I can just do.
Nick Clark, the Micron one won't work. It's a front-mounted rail. The V0 is top-mounted rail for MG9C rail or MG9C mod. V0, that won't work. There is a V029 rail mod out there. It's not for me. I forget who made it.
Okay, so this is gonna go just like this.
Yep, that works.
There's one. And I can adjust the magnet position. I'd rather have these lined up with the door than...
Yeah.
Oh, sure does stick quick. Oh, really quick. There we go. I've designed a center handle latch with magnets for my Micron, pretty good hold. Did not like the original V0 handles on my V0s. I don't mind the V0 handles on the V0s. I kind of want the cleaner front look on this one though. So here we go. It is done. Let's start pulling. Yeah, it's holding, but it could be a little stronger. And then this will come off, which is nice.
Hudson, come here, please. Anna, you need
I have some information that helps get a lower max deviation. Managed to get mine down to 0.04 millimeter for fresh. Fresh panels. Woo! Look at that. That is clear. It will never be this clear again. DeWalt DW0521. What is that? What is that? And now the panels are scratched. DeWalt makes a chuck on 1/4-inch drive. Okay, thanks, Neil. Here, let me type that in. DeWalt DW0521. Oh, I see that. That's perfect. That will actually work well. Okay. There we go. Looks really nice. Needs a little, let's keep Charlie away. Let's keep Charlie away from the Charlie hair is going to be all over this at some point anyway. Well, and I've already got crap on the inside. And a Charlie hair right here already.
You okay?
This is complete. Oh, Bowden tube. Oh, and we never sent that print. We never sent that print. Nobody reminded me to send the print. Okay.
I actually never use that bone tube holder anyways on mine, so I mean, it's not really a huge issue. But
I want to see if well, I guess some changes would need to be made, but the new one I made would probably work well.
I like that one better.
Okay.
That's the one I have on my V2.
So this is gonna go here. And here just needs enough room to get to the front corner. Right about there. Hey, Stuart.
I wanna revisit that piece and have a collet screwed in the back of it, but still at an angle like that.
Do what?
I want to revisit that part so it still has a collet to hold the bone tube.
Oh, yeah.
And also be at the angle that it is.
Yeah, a little bit of friction there is a good thing. Okay, I'm gonna cut that about right there. Oh shoot, I screwed up. That's the 2mm inner diameter stuff. So I grabbed the 3mm inner diameter stuff for the spool holder and the 2mm stuff for this. I reversed it. Let's see if this will work. Hey, that's already the right length. We're good.
Where's the other remote?
Take a look at the reviews on the DeWalt. 1.4 of 5 for the DW0521. Yeah, I always look at those reviews. Can you print ABS and carbon filaments on that printer? Yes. Yes, you would want a hardened nozzle if you're going to do carbon filaments, but yes, ABS is the intent, as I will be doing ABS printing, and our first print, in fact, is going to be ABS. So let's get it heated up. Let's heat up, preheat the chamber, and do PID on the bed, and then do a nozzle offset, and then do an extrusion calibration, and then send a print. How are we? Can I still? You're on mute, right, Kyle? You've been managing mute. Okay. It just got quiet, so I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a problem with the stream.
You're good. I might have to get back here pretty soon.
Okay.
Anyways, yeah.
Well, we
It's
have
good though. It's a good looking printer.
we have basically, this is 99.5% built. We have a Bowden holder to go. With regard to printing ABS, the correct answer is ABS absolutely. Absolutely. John H, absolutely. There's no reason to get the Max 31865 version. In fact, I've had more problems in general with PT100 amplifiers on my printers, things caused by that than not. So I've stopped using them. So I'd rather use a PT1000 or just the regular thermistor for what we're doing. There's no reason to get the Max 31865 version if you're not going to run a PT100 thermistor. And you say you're going to use a Voron Revo, and there isn't a PT100 Revo, at least publicly available right now, at least for sale. Is a chamber thermistor in the toolhead? Is the toolhead can PCB? I don't know. Does this have a chamber thermistor on it? This EBB 36?
Yeah, pretty sure it does. Thought it did at least. Let me check mine.
You should mirror one of the yellow Z drive covers so the slots are opposite. Oh, these things? They shouldn't be opposite. This is the Voron logo. That would look weird if they were opposite, because that's the Voron logo, is why it's like that. Next build stream will be a Discord server setup stream. I mean, could be, but it needs a termination resistor, which is not always on the board. This one for CAN, the terminating resistor is there, and it's all set up. Everything's working. I got distracted. We're gonna go in here and we're gonna set we're gonna do a PID tune on our bed. So we're gonna grab our PID heater, grab my keyboard, and we're gonna do a PID tune on the bed. And we're gonna do this to 110 and hope it heats up. Fan turned on. The bed is heating up. It's behind chat, but you can kind of see it right there. Okay, it's heating up. PID tune.
Awesome. Yeah, I think I might have to head out now. This is fun.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody, please thank Kyle for being here. I really appreciate it. This is an awesome printer. I'm really looking forward to using it. Big thanks for all the feedback you've received from me and taken well. And yeah, this is
this was good. I enjoyed it.
So thanks for being on. And we will chat more.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
sounds good.
Have a good rest of your weekend.
Yeah, you too.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
So that was great. Let me close down that. Let me end that call and close that and turn that off. There we go. Oh, and I can get rid of the headphones now. Everybody can still hear me. Everything is good. Let me mute those just in case. Oh, all kinds of new noises. If there is one on the board, you could set up the chamber sensor. So, awesome. That was cool. I like doing that. I like having someone on. It worked well for Tridex and having Eddie on. This was fun. That fan needs to get turned down because it's a little loud. You might even be able to hear that. It's water. We are 22 minutes away from the drawing. So links are in the description. What do we got? What is the black long card next to the octopus card used for? What octopus card? I don't know what you're referring to. I don't have an octopus in the area. Oh, the little board inside, that's the CAN USB to CAN adapter. Yeah, and no connection hiccups on that. My internet connection has been great. for this, so I'm very happy. We are 21 minutes from the drawing. I do still see a 2 in that like thing, and we have 350 people here. We're also, let's go the next step of YouTube things. We are 36 subscribers away from 8,000. Only 36 away from 8,000, and that print just finished. That was quick. Yeah, it's the U2C. Only 36 away. The like amount just jumped like 30. I mean, everybody's right. You mention it and things happen. I don't make a big deal out of it. I don't, and that's okay. But it is fun when we start getting close to milestones and stuff like that. What are we at? We are really close. Like, I didn't mention it. I mentioned this yesterday, and I during the member stream, I failed to bring up, I'm at over 100 streams now. We have done, how many streams have I done? Why isn't that working? Let's go here. Why can't I scroll there? Oh, there we go. Wow. We are at over 100 streams, and I'm only 75,000 views away from 1 million views on the channel, which is awesome. How do I get here? I guess I can enlarge this thing. And how many streams am I at? Actual streams now, I'm at what? This says 205. That's not right. Something's wrong with the YouTube page. It says I have 205 videos out there. That's not right. Something's going on. But I've hit, I think it's 106 videos now is where I'm at. So, and I'm missing a bunch of things. We are, don't knock it. Thank you for gifting memberships. I'm seeing people put a foam stick on insulation on the bottom of V2 Trident bed. Does that help? It can help in heat up times, but having it open might help a little bit, and then even a fan might help with chamber temps. What else? You should, I forget every time. Let's see if we can hit 300 likes. We're almost there, I think. Milestone is every 1,600 subscribers. Do you get one of those plaques after 1 million views? No. You get that at 100,000 subscribers. That's a very long ways off. Thomas, thanks for the gifted memberships. I'm getting caught up on chat here. You're going to use a webcam on Micron like the one you have on a V2. I'd like to put a webcam in here. I need to find a mount though. Most of the views are for Charlie. Well, absolutely. I still remember your first streams through Discord. Feels like yesterday. Yep. 100 streams, so like 800 hours of Charlie content. I don't remember what I added it up to. It's many hundreds of hours of content though. See you the first layer. Have fun with your stream. If you're still here. YouTube can be weird. It's not a good showing. I can't control the way I want. Yeah. What helps the most in 1 or 2 fans beneath the heated bed? Yes. I think for 8,000 subscribers, you get 3D print your own plaque. It would be hard to get more stuff. Well, absolutely. So I understand where I'm at in the stream, and I am beyond floored with where we're at. 8,000 subscribers for what I do is nuts. And even more so, the number of people I get. I mean, I've almost 400 people here, and I've had 300 people average consistently, and that's mind-boggling to me. I understand if I want this to grow further that I need to put in extra things, but I'm not forcing that. If I suddenly get the desire to do standalone videos and work through the workflows to do that, then I'll start doing it. But right now I'm just happy where it's at and hanging out and doing exactly what we're doing. That's exactly where I want to be without turning it into a job. So where are we? So how much did my little YouTube thing? We are, yep, we're at about 30 more subscribers. It'll happen this week. If it doesn't happen today, it'll happen this week. Hey Gary, thanks for the gift and memberships. It is a hobby. Yep, that's the big thing. So, appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. Okay, so itty bitty PTFE holder. Augie's Hobbies, thanks for the gift and memberships. Always do what I enjoy. Yep, that's the whole point. I don't need to make this a big thing. Would you be open to building a Pandora's box on stream once the manual is complete? Let me look at what that is, Mastermind. I'm open to a lot of things. The question is fitting things into a schedule. So some of the, I mean, like this is an eight series or an 8-episode build series, and I only stream once a week. So I am open to a lot of things. It's just what comes up and that. Pathetic Puma, thanks for the gift of memberships. Who did I miss? Did I miss anything else? Nope, thank you. How do you buy the Dark Rock? So this came from LDO as part of this, what they provided for this build. I don't know if they're for sale yet. I don't have any real details on them yet. I don't have any opinion on it yet either. I haven't used it. Everybody gets a membership. So just yesterday we did a stream, so all the new members have access to that. And we went through the troubleshooting process for the Tridex. The Toolhead 1 failed on me. I didn't know what was going on. I basically had a problem, I turned it off and waited for the stream to troubleshoot it. So, and that was a lot of fun. The spoiler alert, there's a capacitor, there's a couple of capacitors right there at the tip of my finger that failed on this little CAN toolhead board. When you open a Pandora's box. Okay. Hey, Dr. Dave. So do I have, oh, yep. I've got a fastener here. And what do we have? A little 8mm screw. Let's see if this will go on there. That doesn't quite fit in there because of those little spacers, but that's going to be good enough, I hope, to get this. Let's see if that will go through there. It does not. Maybe a 4mm reamer. Oops, and I think I just cracked it. This. Maybe not. Any physical marks of failure of the cap on the CAN board? Like, oh yeah, burn marks, absolutely. There was some major burn marks on that. Let's see where you go. Go through there. There we go. Now that's on and we're ready to print. This needs to be changed because the little helper for those nuts is in the way. But I don't think I actually cracked it. I think it was just the reamers on the piece. So let's do that. Let's make sure this still, yep, that still gets to the end. We are 11 minutes from the giveaway. Have we hit our light goal? We have not yet. I don't know exactly how many. All I know is I see a 2. That could be 200. That could be 299. Always look forward to your streams on Sunday, drawing and building at the same time. Awesome. After this, so this weekend has been busy because mini split install weekend is happening. They didn't finish though. Let's see if we can get a good enough view here. That's where one of the mini splits is going to go, and they were having trouble with space up there, so they're coming back tomorrow to finish that. But it is installed in the other garage, not working yet. They'll get them both working at the same time. But oh, there's a 3. I see a 3. Awesome. And 375 people here. Okay, where are we at? Is this PID tune still going? Yes, PID tune is still going. It's still heating up to, it's still heating up. That's a long heat up time. That's 12 minutes to 110. Huh, interesting. It is heating up though. Yeah. Have you ever tried glass panels on one of your printers? I have not. I have not. Power setting too low. That's a good point. Let's look at that. Let's look at what our power settings are, because see, we're our graph here. This is 37 minutes, and it's not. I mean, it's just hitting the tune at, yeah, that's like 13 minutes to where it was. There. Let's go to machine and go to printer config, and let's scroll down to the heated bed. Max power is 0.6. Yep. We need to, well, I'm going to up that a bit. I think I can safely up that quite a bit for this. Which means we're going to have to redo the PID tune if I change that. So this is an interesting, so we'll do this. I briefly thought about waiting until another after stream to do that, but this is interesting. We've got it basically, we hit 110 at 1252, and we started heating it up at 1237. So 15 minutes to get to 110. We're gonna let this PID tune finish, do all the drawing stuff while it cools down, and I don't think it'll get all the way back to room temperature, but we'll do another PID tune with that up, and we'll be able to at least see the slope, see how much that changes. I'm gonna change the power up to probably, I'm probably just gonna change it to 1.0. I don't remember what the wattage of this heater is. I don't remember what the wattage of the heater is to do a calculation, but I'm just gonna change it to full power. I did install the PTFE into the little holder, into the spool holder too. Yep. Is the thermistor type correct? I believe so. I hate to admit I may have a CAN bus problem. I was doing laundry and a CAN transceiver board fell out of the washing machine. That is a problem, Polar Ted. I like issues. There's a learning curve higher. Yep. How can you calculate? It's like 0.4 watts per square centimeter or something like that is kind of the accepted power for these heaters, what you should aim for. I could have the specific numbers wrong. Projects in Dad's garage. Did you ask me a question? 24, it is a 120 volt heater. It's an AC heater. How much of this config stuff will I have to do with an LDO kit? All this stuff, the PID tuning, all the first start stuff, you do it on every build. It doesn't matter if it's a kit or self-build. Will it make much of a difference if you're heat soaking to get the ambient temps up anyway? Might, but where are we at? 5 more minutes till the drawing. Links are in the description. It's min power. The power calc has been found to be an old wives' tale. It was min power needed back when homemade heaters were a thing. I need to clean this bed, this heater, the build sheet too. What else? What color are we gonna print with? What color is our first print gonna be? What color? Oh, it just finished. So it's gonna start cooling off. Let's just go ahead and let's just save the config. It's gonna end up. What do we got? We got a vote for pink, blue, yellow, purple, teal. Got another yellow. All of them. Red, orange, yellow, bright sunshine yellow. What do I need to print? Is there a part I need to print? Or black or gray carbon fiber? I don't have a hardened nozzle in this right now. Blue, not yellow. Blue. Purple goes good with yellow. What do I have for purple? I do have a little bit of purple. Could you please tell me again which steps you follow to fine tune your printer before the first print? That is a whole big giant topic there, Zarp. We do need to do some extrusion. We'll go through some of that today. Something light for the dark bed. That's a good point, Jarrett. Black for a 3rd hinge, but that's not light. That's a good idea though, Ryan. We do something bright for that bed. That's a good suggestion. And I'm happy with that screen. I'm happy with that screen mount. It sticks forward just a little further than I'd like, but I'd have to redesign the mount in order to change that. I'd have to redesign the mount quite a bit in order to change that. My stomach's growling. Yellow accent hinge. Fluorescent something. Okay, that's cooling down. We want to go into machine before I forget. Oops. And go to the printer config. And you're right, let's open the door. Let's take the door off. Look at that. Then it's not in my way. I like that. Let's go down here to the heater bed settings. Change this to, where did I put my keyboard? That's gonna be my big thing. It's losing my keyboard. 1.0. Now we're gonna save and restart that. I operate in Surrey mode all the time. Higher angle is good on the screen. Did you make the screen mount or did you find it? I made the screen mount. I modeled this on Friday. I started the model on Friday. The first thing I did was I made a mock-up because the CAD wasn't available for the particular screen. So I took my calipers and took a bunch of measurements and made a little model. What if you set it to 2.0? I think max on that, the max value is 1.0. And we have scratches, yeah. Do you have a Discord? I do, and I'm working. I'm on Steve time. I'm working on configuring it and getting it ready to release. There is a Discord, and its primary purpose is there's two things that it's going to be useful to me for: minimize my DM load, asking questions on there rather than DMing me, and then notifications. This is not the Big Tree Tech TFT screen. This is a WaveShare 3.5 that apparently they've discontinued. Sorry, had to sneeze. The bed is 180 watt. Okay, thank you. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Are we ready for a drawing? So last chance to enter. Links are in the description. Giveaways are the LDO, the stepper motor kit from this, the NEMA 17Zs, NEMA 14s A and B, and the pancake stepper for the extruder. Links are in the description. I'm about to close them. I am going to, 30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. You need 30 seconds to fill that out? I want the screen on my Micron now. The 4.3 looks huge on the Micron Plus. That's what I kind of wanted, a smaller screen. 3.5 was what I thought was going to be the sweet spot for this. I'm really very pleased with it. I may, even though it's a discontinued screen, I may buy another one of these and put it on the solid fork. But I think I've given probably the 30 seconds that someone asked for. So we're going to close the Polymaker filament giveaway first. And I always do this. I count down from 3 until if there's no response in 3 seconds, then I close it. So we're going to start that now. So in 3, 2, 1, and then I'm going to close it. So Polymaker filament thing is closed. It's open. 3. Because as soon as I clicked it, it went up by 1. So 3, 2, 1, closed. Okay, so Polymaker filaments is closed. Now the LDO one is going to close in 3 seconds. So 3, 2, 1, and then closed. Perfect. So both things are closed. Let's get, we are going to do the Polymaker filament giveaway first. Let me get a copy of that. So yeah, huge thanks to Polymaker and LDO for providing the stuff for the giveaways. These are fun. Let me get these copied. So this is Polymaker filament. So if you're in the US and Canada, then you will receive an email from me. If you're the winner, and you receive an email from me, which will have a link to a form. If you're in the US and Canada, you'll get a coupon. So a $35 coupon and then a free shipping coupon to the US Polymaker store. If you're outside the US, then you'll get a form that will give you a selection of filament to get shipped to you. A spool. You'll get to select a spool from a list to ship to you. So let's go over here and wheel of names. So it's still March. So this is okay. I haven't changed this. It's still March. And let's paste in the names. Okay. It's no such thing as luck, but we got some clovers here. So where is Christmas Charlie? We have Saint Charlie. Okay, let's go with, what do we got? We got Micron. Micron has a 180 build bed. I am not going to ask for a number between 0 and 180, but I am going to ask for a number between 0 and 18. Let's go with factor of 10 off of that. We have a Micron 180, 0 and 18. For the number of times I shuffle the names before we do the spin. Time for Easter. Easter Charlie is coming. Easter Charlie is coming. Okay, what do we have here? I'm seeing lots of, let's go 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thanks, Jason. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And spin. Thanks again, Jason. Okay, who is our winner? And we are going to, and Marcel, thanks for becoming a member. And Aaron F. Geared is our winner. Let's give you a 2-minute timer. Are you here? Congratulations, Aaron. Congratulations. Aaron, tag me, say something in chat. Someone will see you. There you are. Awesome. That was quick. Good job. Congratulations, Aaron. Let me get this copied and paste it into here and make sure it looks like I have a good email address. And I do. Awesome. Congratulations, Aaron. You will get an email from me, usually within the next day or two. I get distracted. I try to get it done at least by the next day. But you'll get an email from me with a form. So congratulations. And now we are going to do the LDO. This is the full stepper kit for this printer. One of them. Going to a lucky winner worldwide. Let me get that exported. Do you have some information about the new superpower motors, when we can buy them? Need them for my new printer build. They're the last missing part. I don't know. I know what those are. I don't know much about them though. Looks like they'll be there in 2 to 3 weeks. They've been shipped out. Some resellers, check them out. Check with your reseller. This is the drawing for a new Voron kit. This is a drawing for the stepper motors for this kit. So I got this exported. Let me get the names copied. And copy that. Andres, you were the last entry. Okay. Okay, this is the last build of the stream. Last stream of the build. Strike that, reverse it. Let's do a number between 0 and 42. Let's do a number between 0 and 42 for the you can't buy the steppers, try to win them. What do we have here? When will there be a new Voron? That's a good question. I'm disappointed that there are any entries that are not 42. There are entries that are not 42. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, we got to do it. We're going to do 42, but we're going to count by twos. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42. Here we go. Who's gonna win? Let's get a timer going. David Ingram. That's cheating. David Ingram. You have 2 minutes. Tag me. Congratulations, David. Are you here? Tag me, say something. Someone will see ya. Oh boy. David Ingram. Would have been me if he'd shuffled 21 more times. Are they here? David is here. Let's see. Hey, KB3D. Welcome. David. Oh, there you are. Awesome. Congratulations. You are here. Good job. Whew. Control V, F, V, let's see. We have a good email address. Awesome. So you will get an email from Jason sometime in the next week. Jason's a busy man. You will get an email at some point though, and then those will come directly from LDO. So, just trying to save his mouse button. Yeah, there's only so many clicks on these things. So, congratulations, winners, and thanks again to Jason, LDO, and then Nick, Polymaker, for enabling these little giveaways. They're fun. I have a good time with them, so that's why I do them. So we are back to a relatively cooled down board here. So we are all the way down to 60C. Only rated for 100 million clicks. I can't waste 21 more. Yeah. Oh, and I forgot to close that. Okay, let's put the door back on. I'm liking this little removable door. Although, are you not going all the way on? There we go. Is it okay to dry filament in an oven? If your oven can go low enough, and it depends on the type of filament. Be very careful. Your oven needs to go very low. You can start the PID tune. I agree. I know, Mastermind, but the question was, we wanted to kind of compare it to the last heat up cycle, which took 15 minutes to get to 110C. Let's see how long it takes this time. Spray some IPA on it to cool it down. It'll be fine. We're gonna get some general idea, and it's going to heat up faster this time anyway. So let's go ahead and put in our same, if you hit up, if you put your, I don't know if everybody knows this, but if you put your cursor in the console and hit the up arrow, it'll grab your next command, and if you keep hitting up, you can cycle through all the commands you've done. You can click the down arrow to get back to where you were. The CB1 is now around 48C. CB1 48. I don't know what it was without the bottom panel though. Do you remember what it hit max before? It's been on a good while now. Okay, so I'm gonna do the bed. Let's get this into an area you can see it and start a new PID tune. It also does tab autocomplete. That's good to know. I keep forgetting to do that. I've started remembering more in a Linux shell terminal, doing tabbed autocomplete. It was around 44. So the other thing about that is I've noticed that my fan positions are not great. They're blowing right into things. So. Oh, and that slope is significantly steeper. I don't know if you heard that, but my shoulder popped pretty good. Well, Charlie's doing the paw over the face thing. It is climbing much faster. What hot end am I using? This is a Revo. This is a Voron, Revo Voron. You heard it? Yeah. The next thing you're gonna hear is my stomach. It just rumbled pretty good. Yeah, this has been less than 2 minutes, and it's almost to 100C. My CB1 is running 48 to 49 as well on my underwire with bottom on as well. It's been a while too. Okay, that seems like a reasonable temperature. That's not bad. 40, less than 50C. Do you recommend doing a PID for the heater often or just for the first setup? I just do it for the first setup. Don't get hangry on us. I am known to get hangry. I will do my best to never show hangry on stream. Yeah, that was significantly different on the heat up. I need to get going and build my CW2, but the stepper motors are super long motor wires and I'm scared to cut them. I know, I always hate cutting permanently attached wires. Keep a stack of Snickers bars in the workshop. First print is cook food on it. I could use some advice for my Trident build. I'm going to use can toolhead, umbilical, Euclid probe, and probably Mantis or Mantis XOL toolhead. What other mods do you recommend? That's a good question. Oh, Charlie's down. Charlie's off to his office. I recommend nuts for snacking if you want to avoid carbs. That's a good call. While we're waiting for this PID tune to go, I'm gonna grab some almonds. I will be right back. Okay. Charlie wanted out anyway, but now he's already back in. What are you after there, Charlie? No grub screws. Nope. Let's see what printer, what filament. There's lots of good suggestions. What do I have over here? Ooh, let's do some of this. We want bright. You know what? I'm gonna go with this mostly, because this is probably in the range of Kyle's favorite colors. So we're gonna go, what is this? Lime ABS. What are you doing, Charlie? You do not need to be over there. Lime, formerly known as Little Spot Green. This is a little, here, I have Little Spot Green. Let's compare it. See, the batteries were charged on that spool. Actually, let's go here. That is actually very close. The lime is just a little lighter. That's very close though. What are you after over there, Charlie? What are you doing? He's in a weird spot. Oh, did that finish? Yes, it finished. That was very much quicker. He's worrying, and he's just on a weird spot. He's fine. Okay, let's save config. Now we are going to I'm going to do some extrusion multiplier testing. I think I'm just going to do this. And once again, I'm just going to take that off. This is going to be a nice filament to do the EM testing too, because I can mark it easily. Okay, so there, right there, and then let's heat up the extruder. And we want to go at the full print temperature and extrude slowly. So I just set the hot end to 250, and then we're going to mark. Where's my ruler? That's something I need to find. I was looking for earlier and didn't see it. Where's my little ruler? Where did I put that? I had it in here. Put some things away. Oh, it's not under there. Charlie wants out. Where did I put that? We PID tuned the hot end before earlier. Where did my little ruler go? I set it in here. There it is. Found it. We did the PID for the extruder earlier in the stream. So let's go here. And then I'm going to grab my black Sharpie. Do a little. Oh, we want to extrude this first. We're going to get it pushing plastic first. Do you PID tune a mic 6 bed soaked or cold? Well, in this case, we did it kind of in between. It wasn't really enough time to soak it, but we didn't do it cold either. So let's extrude and make sure this is extruding. And maybe we can get a little view. There we go. Oh, and it's backwards. So the configuration is backwards, the stepper direction. So I did that by extruding, and it obviously was trying to pull the filament out. So let's go to printer config and go down to extruder configuration and direction pin. So exclamation point to invert the direction. And save and restart. The Fabreeko Micron is currently cheaper than their V0.2. Interesting. Okay, go back here. Heat it back up. And try extruding again. There we go. Oh, and now it's not. So now it's skipping steps. So either we have a obstruction and this moves through cleanly, or maybe our current isn't set high enough. Let's see what the current is set for. Let's go back down to the extruder. 32 microsteps is awful high for a extruder. Let's go to 16. And then our run current is only 0.3. Our run current on these 20 millimeter steppers can go a bit higher. I'm gonna start at 0.5. You can go to 0.6-ish, but we'll see what 0.5 does. Okay, so back in 250. And extrude again. There we go. Extrude. Here comes Charlie. And here comes the plastic. Awesome, first plastic extruded. Now, I'm gonna take this and take my ruler and my Sharpie, and we're gonna mark 100 millimeters here from the top of the thing. Try to get as accurate a reading as possible here. And touch a little dot there and then get a good look at where that is. And I'm right on the center line of the 100 millimeter. Then we're gonna change in here, we're gonna change this to 2 millimeters per second. We wanna extrude this slow. 1 millimeters per second, whatever. I found 2 to work okay. And we're gonna go 50 millimeters here. So we're gonna tell it to extrude 50 millimeters at 2 millimeters per second. And we've got a visitor coming to inspect my work. And now we can get that. And we are still at 250. So we're gonna extrude. Mark 120 and then measure the remaining amount. If you're over extruding, you need to do it again. Yep. So is that it? Yeah, it's done. So, Charlie, you're gonna get about 30 seconds of shoulder time. Okay, let's set you back down on your pillow. Okay, let's see where we are. So that is 75. So what that tells me is that we've got something off by a factor of 2. So something in my I just measured 75. I told it to extrude 50. But that changed back to 25. It extruded 25. Didn't I type 50? Did you see me type 50 there? I typed 50 and it extruded 25. Let's do another 25 then. No, I think the interface screwed up on me. You saw me type 50 there. It didn't actually extrude 50. If we look over in the console, it extruded 25. Maybe I forgot to hit enter. That's my bad. But double checking that here, I know that it's not a configuration issue. It actually extruded 25. So I'm just gonna extrude it again. So that's not a configuration issue. It's a interface. It's either my issue or that. So it extruded, looks like, I mean, that is exact. So I'm not gonna change it. That is exactly the center line of the 50. It's probably within a very small, tiny bit, but I just did it at 250, zombie, and very slow. The key is to extrude slowly. So I'm gonna call that good for that. If it was not good, then you would take, and where is it? Where is it? Oh, sorry about the noise. We would take a little laser cut thing. New value equals the old value times the actual amount divided by the target amount. and you would adjust. So you would use that formula and you would adjust the rotation distance value. So down here in printer config and extruder, this rotation distance is the value you're adjusting there. Hey, Modbot. So you use that to adjust this value. For the most part, you're going to be very close to that. If you're using a genuine Bondtech or a very high quality alternative, you're going to be very close to this. And if your filament is good. If you're not, because what impacts that number is the diameter of your filament, the diameter of the drive gear, or the effective diameter of the drive system, and the diameter of the filament. Now, it can be negatively impacted by factors that prevent the extruder from working, like under temp to where it's grinding on the filament a bit. So you high temp and slow to mitigate those problems. So we are going to close this and we're going to get set up to print. We are going to print. Still haven't quite figured out what print I want to do. Something in this lime green. And get this lined up. Why am I having such trouble with this? Why am I having such trouble with this? There we go. There we go. Is there a time limit? A time limit for the stream? No. Nope. But there is a Charlie cam. No time limit, but there's a Charlie cam. Here we go. Micron cube. Is there a Micron cube out here? Let's look out here. Is there a test print in the STLs? Tools? No, I don't see one here. Extras? Micron test cube. Okay, let's do a Micron test cube. Let's do a Micron test cube. Put the tube back. Good call. Zoop. We need to build a profile for this. I am going to, is it Micron test cube teeny tiny? It's probably about the same size. Let's open it up in here. So let's get rid of the, oops, Prusa slicer. I'm gonna add Micron test cube. It is the same 30 millimeters cubed. We could print it tiny. We should scale it down 50%. You're absolutely right. Actually, 75%, because technically it's 75%, because it's 15/15s instead of 20/20s, right? There we go. We'll do a 22.5 millimeter cube. We have not done shape or calibrate. No, we're just gonna do a, I have not done a shape or calibrate. What time is it? 1:30? We're only 3.5 hours in. Let's do a shape or calibrate before let's do that. Let's leave it warming up because it's basically pre-soaking now. Oh, we haven't done a Z offset calibration either. Man, I'm off my game. Let's do that. Let's go dashboard. Let's get the bed heating up to print temperature. And we don't need the hot end at full temp. So let's just go like 160 just to keep it soft. Remove the pin in chat. Thank you. He has an agenda. He's heading to his agenda. I do not use super slicers, Art. I use Prusa slicer. I would like to know how long it will take. As far as the rest of the stream or the print. I haven't cleaned the bed. I haven't done anything. We'll clean the bed after we do the Z offset. X-end motor. For Prusa. Oh, I don't know. X-end motor for the Prusa. I see. I see. You're looking for a print time. We can look at that. Do you have a good way to sync slicer profile settings between computers? No, but I think you can store those on a common location. I need to do that. Yours is like 10 to 12 hours. We'll put it in there and slice it. I'm not going to print it, but we'll slice it and see what the estimate is, George. If you'll remind me, because that's the kind of thing I'll forget. Z offset calibration. So we're waiting for it to get up to temperature first. Get the bed up to temperature. That is working there. Put the data directory inside the shared folder. That's good. I need to do that. I need to do that. Right now, I've just exported the profile and I have the same thing on both printers, both computers now. Okay, so we are going to go through the, what is it? Installation configuration, the bed level probe calibration is what we'll be doing. We will be saying hi to Charlie. You did not, Phil. Next time. fell asleep about 2:40 a.m. Wow. What time is it now? For you. Okay, is this, so we are basically going to do a probe calibrate is the command. There we go, probe calibrate. Oops, you weren't seeing any of that. Probe calibrate, what we're looking for. So this is up to temperature. It's not heat soaked, but we're gonna end up baby stepping the first anyway. We're not gonna actually run that yet. We need to home and QGL it. So let's home. Ooh, all the hair. You gonna come up here? There you go. Okay, so it's homed and QGL. Cable chain printed, it is. Where do you just source the can sleeve? It matches perfectly. So that is the IGUS chain flex, is the cable. It's the 22 gauge, 4 conductor 22 gauge cable. And it happens to be yellow, and Kyle sent it to me. And that was 2.183 millimeters off. Yeah, how's the munchkin, Modbot? Is he doing well? Is he nice and snug in that blanket? Ooh, I had to retry on that one. That was 0.14. Let's see, what's the next one? Had to retry. 0.04, so one more cycle. I have not gone through, and we should do a probe accuracy just to see how it does and get some cycles on it. There's no cycles on it breaking it in. It doesn't appear to be flexing. Kenneth, I saw a few posts of failed taps on Facebook. We will be getting and testing the CNC tap by Chaotic Lab. Potentially that's next week's stream. Potentially that's next week's stream, if it gets here in time. Literally, I'm feeding him while holding my phone right now. There you go. Oh, what was the last one there? 0.00 or 0.01. We didn't get to bed until 3 a.m. last night. He's awesome, but man, does he eat a lot. The carriage should move. This is boop. It's basically tap. The whole tool head moves up. It just finished, so I'm gonna home again. So once that's finished, we home. The whole point is it's the whole carriage moves. There's an optical sensor in there. The nozzle itself is your probe. Quad gantry leveling is what QGL stands for. Okay, so now we're up to temperature, we've homed, we quad gantry level, and then we home again, and now we can run probe calibrate. So I'm gonna run that. It's gonna home Z, and now we're in an interface here where we can set our Z offset. So let me put Charlie down. And hopefully he decides to stay in his spot. We're gonna grab a piece of paper. And then we are going to just put this piece of paper on here and we're gonna move it down. So we're gonna go down a millimeter at a time until we're close. And then we're gonna go down maybe and this is, so I'm gonna mark this. What is our time here? We are, where are we in the stream? The problem is we've hit a point here where it's actually not moving. I can keep doing this and it's not moving down at all. If we, I don't know if this is a bug in mainsail in the interface, but I tried to explain to this to Mateo a while back, but it's not actually moving. But the screen is indicating that it is. I'm gonna abort this. I'm going to go back to, because the tool head is moving, it's bouncing at that point. It's bouncing, but it's changing a value there. I don't think it should do that. I think there's a bug in the interface. Whatever times, this is the 3 hour and 46 minute mark. I want to remember that. I think we're at the min Z. So I think we need to go in here to machine and go to the printer config and change our Z to, isn't there a, or is it the probe? The probe offset? Where is the setting for that? Okay, other people are seeing this too. I wasn't able to articulate it well to Mateo before. He was asking me to test that again, and now that I've seen it. But what am I looking for? Position min, there it is. -5 should have enough room to do that. Well, that's where I'm at -5. So I need to change this to -7. Well, it was at 5. Let's just see what happens if I do this. Let's get our temperatures back up. But the problem is the interface should not let you keep going down and not really know what's going on. The other thing it doesn't do, and I think it'll be okay here, but let's home it. It doesn't raise Z on home. It should raise Z a little bit, and I need to change the setup for that. I hit that like 10 times and it never lowered anymore, Jaeger. Okay, we'll do a QGL. This should only be 1 round, maybe 2. Any idea why main cell config is read only? Mm-mm. Oh, what was that? That was 0.01, so this should do it on this cycle. We're in relative position. Probe calibrate should set all of that. Charlie is trying. That's true, Tuxedo. Let's see where we're at here. 0.006, so we're good. So now we're gonna home all. Then go back and do a probe calibrate again. Can we hear the movement noise? I was overly concerned at the beginning. Now it is tuned. Yeah, next time I'm home, I can turn off the noise cancellation. So we're back here. Let's do this again. And see if it does the same thing. And one more. Nope. So that it did. There we go. Okay, so basically I am using a piece of paper to check the... So that's probably about where I want to be. At least for a first print, that's pretty good right there. There's some friction there, but I'm able to move. If I'm not careful, the paper will just fold. So now, this is where we ended up, and we can accept it. And save config. Question on printers is you have built V0, Solid Fork, and now Micron. Which one is a good choice? How about a Trident? A Trident is a great choice. Let's go in here and it's G91. I'm gonna go to printer config here and go to my homing macro because it doesn't lift Z on home and it really needs to. And right now it's right on the bed and I don't want to grind it across the bed. So let's fix this. We go down here and homing override. So we should G28Z, here G90, and then which is it? G90 is absolute or relative? G90 is absolute or relative? That Charlie cushion, oh yes. The Charlie cushion definitely needs a clean. Let's do that. Okay, so G91. So we are going to put actually we're gonna put this as G91 first, and then G0, Z5. And now we can go back to the G90 that the next command needs. And that should raise our Z 5 millimeters before it. Oh, G90 is absolute? Yeah. So that's where we want to be. So let's save and restart that. And now we should get, when we do home all, and I want to keep these temperatures up. So we're basically heat soaking, and then home all. It did not do it. Why did it not do it? I got to look at that macro closer because it didn't. Now what's it doing? I got an error. Must home access first. Oh, do you have to set? I'm doing it wrong. I'm doing it wrong. You have to set. Where can I get out here? Let's do, oops. Here, let's do this. V0 blue. Only partly here is you set Z safe home. I did save and restart. Oops, and that's not it. V2 blue. This is just one of this printer. This is my Voron 2 with tap. So I'm gonna look at what I do for the homing here. Let's go down to the, ooh. There we go. Then you can read it. Homing, oh, it uses homing override. But this set position Z0 is probably the key part here. Let's go back here. Down to the homing override. Does this work here if I do this? This is all home all. We're using homing override instead of safe Z home or safe Z homing. Would that work? What I just did? Let's find out. Let's find out. This is not my strong suit. If you couldn't tell. Let's find out. Nope. Now it's going to fail again. Oh, nope. Now it moved up. It's doing it in the wrong order. Above the home X and home Y. Let's see. So up here. Right there. I don't get what these are doing. Or should it be the next line up? Did you ever test the pouch belts? I don't think I own any pouch belts. Maybe some belt loops for V2, but not full. Oh, you cannot see it. Oops. Do I want it up here or do I want it right above, all the way up here? Or do I want it here? Probably there, huh? Let's try that. There we go. There we go. Just a little bit of bed safety there. Why are the X and Y on other line? The Z printer says I cannot do that. I don't quite understand those macros. I could understand them if I sat there and looked at them long enough, figure out exactly what they're doing. And I should. Okay. We did our offset calibration. We've PID tuned. Are we ready to print? No, we need to do input shaper. So we need to do input shaper. So where is the configuration? Does Big Tree Tech have and Charlie wants out. Does Big Tree Tech have a setup, an example configuration for that? So we should be able to go to, yeah, my homing retract I think I set to 0. I can double check that. But if we go to the this is the GitHub for here. Here is where I am for anybody that wants to follow along. And I want where's the firmware? Wasn't there a clipper? the GBO1, EBB36. Wasn't there an example firmware for this? Configuration file? Oh, here we go. Add EBB36 1.2 config. Okay. And then we want the ADXL file things here. So CS pin PB12, yep. So this is what we want. So we're gonna copy this and we're gonna go to our configuration. And then homing retract distance. I thought we were gonna double check. Homing retract distance, yeah, 0. Homing retract distance is 0. Okay. Up here under the, let's just put it here under this. This is fine. We're gonna grab this, which is for the ADXL, but we're gonna change these names. EBB 36 pin PB12, and we're just going to highlight that. We are going to EBB, we're going to replace that with EBB 36, and you can't see that because it's behind me. There we go. Down here in the interface, and we're going to replace all. Just to change all of those to that. So, what's the box in the orange trident? The box in the orange trident. There is no box in the box on. There's some Big Tree Tech boxes on top of it. Okay, so that should get us set up for the onboard ADXL. Are there any things I'm missing for that? I don't think so. I think we should be able to go through, and it might be a reflection. Yeah. There's nothing in it. It's empty. Okay, that should take care of that. So now if we go to the Clipper docs and go to, where is the input shaping? Resonance compensation. So let's, oops. Measuring resonances. So let's find out. We'll find out if all the things, this is where we are, but we'll find out if all the things are already installed in the CB1 image. Does anybody know? Does anybody know if the things are already there? So measuring resonances, all the things, wiring and all that should be done. There is some software you would normally install, but I suspect it's probably already there. You need to tell it coordinates where you want to shake. Where did I do that? Here. I think I have a separate. Oh, resonance tester. Yeah, we need this. We need this line of code. Was that in here? It's not here. So this is just setting up the things. So we do want that, and that'll be ADXL 345. The name should match. And then we're going to do this in the middle. 90. 90, close enough. I think that'll do it, right? Save and restart. And now we need to run, yeah, we're gonna go back here and we're gonna run a query. So mounting it, software installation, configure, we're skipping all of this, and we're gonna check the setup. So we're gonna accelerometer query is the first thing we're gonna do and see if we can see it. Yep, what Delmar is saying. So we're gonna go back here and everything is up and running. Let me go to settings and set a preset. Oops, add a preset. We're gonna call this ABS. Extruder 160, 110. That way I don't have to keep typing those. Store the preset. Now we can go here and say ABS. Okay, accelerometer query. Let's see if we get a response. There we are, awesome. So it works. So we're getting a response from it. Now we are going to, there's another command to run to measure the axis noise. Just see what that does. Axis noise, and there's a little blurb here on whether any of that is a problem. So in Octoprint, you should get some baseline numbers for the noise of the acceleration. Should be somewhere in the range of 100 to 1 to 100. Too high axis noise, 1,000 or more, can be indicative of the sensor issues. And what did we get? Oh wow, we got 1,000, 1,600 on the X. I wonder why. Does anybody know what to do if that's can be indicative of the sensor issues, problems with its power, or too noisy imbalanced fans on a 3D printer? Ah, like Leah's saying, turn the fans off. Let's see what it does when we turn the fans off. Can I turn those off? Controller fan is on and hot end fan is on. Why don't we do this instead? Let's go to, oh, hot end fan is on because yeah. Let's cool down the hot end. And here comes the Inspector General again. So we're gonna cool down the hot end, but we'll leave the bed on. And this is probably what's causing it, because I never do input shaper calibration with the hot end hot. I do it with the bed hot. But I suspect it's that fan. We'll find out here in a minute. We'll let it cool down. We will accelerate that cool down by turning our our part cooling fans on. And they did turn on. So hopefully our hot end will cool down a little quicker that way. Why test resonance with the machine hot? I've heard from somebody that it does, and I tested it. You do get different values when it's cold versus hot. So I figure if I'm printing with it hot, I might as well run the doors closed. It's just nicely clear plastic. You do get different values. Uh-oh. Well, now it's gonna be scratched. Now it's properly christened. Oh, there we are, Torx Fighter, that was it. CB1 temp is the Pi equivalent. It's not a Raspberry Pi. It's a Big Tree Tech CB1. No, you're not going that way. You're gonna come down here now. He wants to jump to the shelves above my printer. Let's see if I can get this off without causing any scratches. There we go. Okay, that's down to 73. So Charlie is trying to jump to that shelf spot right here, apparently. That's where he was aiming. 68 degrees. Oh. The cable chains are in the Micron repo. So if you check the description, there's a link. Those are all in the Micron files, the printed cable chain. Would it be wrong to run a solid spinner on the Micron? This is a, hey, Pex Peppers, welcome. You're gonna be at Rocky Mountain, right? We're gonna get to meet. And thank you. I am going to bring a bunch of printers to Rocky Mountain because I'm driving. And I'm renting a minivan. So as many printers as I can fit in there is what I'm bringing. This is almost, it's at 57 degrees. As soon as that hot end fan turns off, we'll try it again. A minivan full of hot sauce? Awesome. I am not a strong hot sauce fan, hot, but I do like the flavor. So if you have anything mild, I'd probably be down to getting some from you. Taking Tri-Bent. I had hoped, I had kind of in the back of my mind planned on trying to take Tri-Bent. It's not gonna happen. I'm just not gonna have enough time to rebuild it. I haven't even gotten to the point to confirm whether it can be rebuilt. You bring some Pueblo red for me? Awesome. Pueblo. 53 degrees. Is there issues with having the TMC driver inside the heated enclosure when using a CAN tool head? If it gets too hot, sure. But one of the nice things about our configuration here is that stepper motor doesn't draw a lot of power. So you're not putting that the 2209 under any real stress. So Tri-Bent is the Trident that was lost by UPS and went through the ringer of their distribution system and is actually bent. I am not planning, I'm kind of not planning on really, I mean, it needs to go back together, but it'll still have some definite shows of damage. What do you think of CAN bus on Trident? It's fine. I'm running it on Tridex and my other Trident. 51 degrees. Soon to be brown and yellow on the rebuild. That's kind of the plan. What do I want to go? I want to go here. We are at 51, 50.9. As soon as that. Is the heatsink that comes with the EBB 36 for the stepper driver or for the STM32? I put it on the stepper driver, but did you get the purple Trident back working after yesterday? No. So the plan is this weekend we will get it back working. We're gonna put, if it shows up, we're gonna put the Chaotic Labs metal tap on it and the the SB2240 from Big Tree Tech CAN toolhead board on it. That's the plan. 50.4. .2, it's slowing down. Custom deck plate, what can brown do for you? Almost there. So only Tridex, the V0, and the V2s left in the farm. Yeah, I need to get a few more really in the rotation. I have a lot of printing. I need to start. I haven't really started printing Mercury 1. That's this week. And I still have a positron. Yes. I need to replace some parts on it though. Oh, okay, it's turned off. So let's go down here and turn that part cooling fan off. Oh, it's cycling. It's cycling, so it turned back on. We gotta let that get down. Wow, it actually went up to 50.2 or 50.1. Oh, 50.2. Why is it raising? It's actually increasing in temperature, 50.4. See you, David. I do have a 250 Trident, it's just not built yet. Yep. Oh, that's what's going on. Ah, I don't want to turn the bed off. Okay. Or I can raise it. It's actually, it's the heat from the bed. It's the heat from the bed. Let's just turn it off. We need to get values here. Well, that's true. We could just move it higher. Let's home all. Let's turn that hot end fan or the part cooling fan back on. Get that lowered again. See you, Lee. And let's go. See if we can get that down. I cooled down the bed. Everything's warm. We'll see what happens. Now it's back down to 50, 50.9. Just open the door. Good call. It's still the radiant heat that close to the bed is probably what really, and all we're really looking for here. We want to see if the fan is what was causing those the noise. So let's go ahead and do it. Let's turn that off and run the major axis noise again. So now everything is off. We do this. Now we're in reasonable numbers. So it was completely the fan. Now I suspect that noise is probably going to get lost in the noise of the full test. But let's go and home all again, just to get it back into spot. And we're going to run input shaper. So door closed, it's sitting here. We're going to go shaper calibrate is a command we're going to use. We're going to do just the auto config. So we're going to go down here. If you keep scrolling down, it'll give you a input shaper auto calibration. We're just going to run this command, shaper calibrate. Mercury 1 is the Ender 5 conversion. Yep. Okay, so now we can come back here, and I think we can get a camera right on it, just so we can see the shaky shake. And run it. Now it's going to do the shaky shake. How do you figure out how much acceleration you should be using? This will help us. So we'll look at the results here, and this will help us determine a good acceleration number to aim for. And at some point, this is gonna hit a frequency, and it's about there where you won't be able to see. You can hear it though. Let's see if I can. There we go. So I turned off the noise filter. And you should start hearing the noise from it. Can you hear that? You can hear it. And it might be amplified from the microphone. And it's at 110 hertz right now. Sounds like we're about to lift off. 130 hertz. Okay, so that should have gone away now, and now it's going to test Y. There it is. Shaking, shaking, shaking. How was that Honey Badger Fancy Pants 5015 fan? It was really better than a Delta or a Sunnen. It was a good fan. It honestly was. It ended up outperforming all the other fans I'd tried by a smidge. The acceleration is built into the tool head board, Jamie. Yep. And you actually can't see anything with it vibrating there. You can hear it going up. Good. It's at 110 hertz. I was getting 3 humps until I turned all the fans off. Okay, so that finished. Waiting for calculations. So someone wanted to hear what this sounds like homing, so I'm leaving the filter off for a minute. It's run all of the info here. What we're gonna do is connect to it and download the graphs and look at those. So I have no real idea what this is looking at, but it's looking like it's recommending in the 10,000 acceleration range, just glancing at those numbers. But if we go back here, now I'm gonna home the printer just for give you an idea on temperature, and we can get this preheating the bed again. And I'm gonna home. QGL. It's sensorless, Connor. And I wasn't planning on putting an Evermore in this, Marvin. So, yeah, that, let me turn this back on. There we go. So, we're using, it is, yeah, I already said that, it's sensorless. Mercury build will be with CAN, but at least at first won't be with an enclosure. That won't be part of the build series. Okay, so let's go out and grab those files. So if we go here in the measuring resonance, let's go back up here to where it shows us how to get these graphs. So there are, here, let's find this, measuring the resonances, and then there's some info here. It's generating a couple of CSV files, and we can use these scripts here. Hold on. Home all. Okay. We can use these scripts here to generate some nice pretty pictures. So we are going to bring up a command line. And we're gonna SSH to EQ at Micron local. Default password. And now we can go, and these are those CSV files. So in the /temp, there's that calibration data X and then a number CSV are the output from that auto calibrate. So if we come back here and copy this first script, oops. Let's copy this and go in here and paste it, and I didn't grab it all, so NG. Now if I come back here, and we're gonna just delete this, and we're gonna grab this X file name here, and paste that there. So we're gonna grab that file name because it's different from their example on the website, and we're gonna output it to that calibrate X PNG. And now if we hit enter, it's gonna run through. Oh, there's a script that'll create both files? That's okay. Why don't you use the shaper calibrate commands? They give you recommended values and you'll only need to save config to apply them. I did shaper calibrate. I did that. And I want to see what this comes up with. You can run the whole thing as one command. Okay. So this is running its thing. It says the recommended shaper is EI at 76.4. EI, I don't know, I don't understand enough of this to tell you why we would want to go with a recommendation versus something else. If someone has an easy way to explain that in chat, feel free. But now the next thing we want to do is basically the same command, but we're going to output it to Y. And we're going to grab the Y file. It's the same file name, it's just with a Y in there instead. And we're gonna run that one. Now I know the recommendation used to generally be go with MZV no matter what, but I thought that changed. Good night, Lars. $11,000 for X is mediocre, would have expected much more. Now this is boop on here, so it's not gonna be as rigid of a tool head and setup as another setup. So remember, this does have boop on it, which does have an impact on this. Just like tap has an impact on it. Usually from EI stuff gives rounder corners. He uses the same algorithm as YouTube. So it's recommending EI for both, and I don't quite understand why, or why we would want to maybe not go with that. But now that we've done that, there are some files here that we can grab, and we're gonna just grab, we're just gonna use WinSCP to grab those. Here we go. So this is WinSCP, and I'm going to create a new, what do we want? New site, there we are. Host name, Micron.local, BQ, and we're gonna save that. We're gonna save the password and log in. So we're gonna log in here, and then we're gonna go up to that temp folder. And now these two shaper files, these PNG files, are what we just generated. And I have a folder here for stream and Micron. So we're gonna grab these guys here. Now we can go look at those. So let me pull those up. And Shaper X. So there is Shaper X. And I don't know, take that for what you will. I'm not super familiar with how to read these. Yeah, I know you could copy these to a config folder. That would require that me be able to remember where that folder is. This is recommending EI. So the question is, do I go with EI or do I just go with MZV? Have you tried MobiXterm? I have. I haven't. I've reloaded all my computers recently. I haven't gotten everything back on there that I've used. The aqua shows the result of the suggested filter. And then I think I can go. Okay, so if I close that and we open up Y, holy moly, that's all over the place. Is that terrible, or is that doesn't look like some of the other ones I've done? That looks pretty bad. That's a lot of. That's terrible. What would cause that? What could we look at that might cause that? Tighten your Y belt. So the left one. Oops. Let's see if these are. They are very, very close to the same. Bolts, loose belts, gantry racked. I can try tightening this one. It might be able to use just a smidge of tightening. We can see what that did to it. Y can also be affected by tolerance on the cage of the MGN for boop. This is a Honey Badger rail on here for boop. Let's see, and this is a beta version of the boop printed parts as well. So let's go back to. So I just made a change, and let's see what happens. Let's see what happens if we do this again. Let's home all. And then we're gonna start a print. Yeah, we want, Nuno is correct. We want to be in as close to the printed configuration as possible. So we're not gonna overthink it, but I did tighten that left bolt just a little bit, based on where the just a little bit, and we'll see. The hot end fan was not on. Make sure the motor and the bracket. That's a good thing as well. It could be the mounting of the tool head board. There we go. Just deleted them. And let me rename these files here. The images, because I want to save the images. Okay, my local copy of them anyway. Does that make magazine out yet? It is, John. It is. I have a few copies of it. Make magazine. And what do we got? Yep. Right there. You can get it at the, what do they call it? The Maker Shed. They're Input shaper showed me a screw was loose in my tap mechanism. Then it took me 30 minutes to work out which. The Subaru V2, yep. Magazine is way bigger than I remember. This is a tiny magazine. Look at that. It makes the Micron look big. Okay, let's go back and do the shaper calibrate again. Everything's off, no fans on. Shaper calibrate. So it is going to do the shimmy shake. And regardless of the results here, I'll have to play around with and get some advice on what to check to see if that Y is still different. But we're going to start a print right after this. We're going to start a print and then we'll call the stream. We probably won't even see the print finish because we're almost at 5 hours again. We're at over 4.5 hours now. So better than doing the twist. There was a version of tap that was called twist. Ken, it has push plastic. It's about to push plastic into a recognizable shape. Does the tool head have play? When I was playing around with it before, it didn't seem to. A blob is a shape. The bottom of the clipper docks you're in has a small section that tells how to test belt balance using the resonance module. Oh, that's cool. I should look at that closer. Printer poo is a recognizable shape. Ah. Cereal time. I did get a cereal for my solid fork. I should get a cereal for this. Calibrating the E steps doesn't count. It's testing Y now. It'd be interesting to put some metal standoffs on that tool head board. It's probably a good idea. I have these ones that it came with. They're just a little long. It's brass standoffs. I have a lathe. I should cut them down. So, what model? This ends up serialing as a Voron 2. So it ends up with a V2 serial. Can you hear that? Here, I'll talk quietly. But there is a vibration from the door when it's doing that. Zombie, if you're still here, I saw a question from you and I forgot. If the idlers here should be toothed or not, and it doesn't seem to make a difference. Bearing stacks end up being an easy and low bomb count way of doing that. See ya, Kyle. I'm using the ADXL on the CAN board, yes. And I checked, I mean, during assembly, everything rotated smoothly. Pager in silent mode, yes. You can hear it. So I'm gonna impact the results by putting my finger on the door to keep it from vibrating. Okay, so that just finished. So we're going to go back to here, and we should, is that done? Nope, it's still working on it. It's calculating them. Oh yeah, it's still doing the thing. Just keep your finger there while printing. It's still doing its calculations. Well, it's done with X. Hey, Dustin, welcome. Okay, so those are done. So now let's go up and run our, this number is just going to change. 213756. And I'm going to name this, oops, what the hell? There we go. And I'm going to name this 2 because I named the other one 1. And I think that should do it. Enter. Charlie Cam. You haven't been here much, huh, Dustin? We've had Charlie Cams for a long time. Still EI for X. I don't know if that's changed much from the last one. Charlie Cam is there since Steve has dancing Max GIF as well. Yep. Okay, now we're gonna change this to Y. And the same thing. Y, and run that. Smoothing drop by 0.005. Okay. So you can just come back here and refresh that. And we've got our two new graphs. Okay, let's bring those up. Shaper calibrate X2. So this is X. That's X2. And this was the previous X. And then Y did not change much. This was the first Y. And this was the second Y. There's an extra little bit here that wasn't there last time. So what we're going to do at this point, and I need to figure this out a little more, but we're going to go back here and we're going to save config. And we're going to get a print started. And I'll work on that and look at suggestions and go from there. But we are going to get a print started. It is what it is. DJ Natty, what? It's probably the door or the fan, maybe. I think it's a magnet strength issue. This is barely being held closed. Those magnets are just too far apart and too few of them or something. I'm not gonna, yeah, this is not perfect, but I don't, at the nearly 5-hour mark, I'm not gonna get into troubleshooting that. We want it, the build is complete. Let's print. So, and even then, this is going to take a little bit of, configurings, but I'm gonna cheat. I'm gonna grab, let's say, my Voron 2, and we're gonna grab just a Polymaker ABS profile and my regular Voron settings. So here under print settings, I'm gonna change the shape to, what are we, 180 by 180. And okay, and our max print height, I'm gonna set to 150. And the rest of it should be fine. So my start G code does everything in the slicer. For the most part, I do a manual process ahead of time. And then if we go here, comes from the way how the EBB is mounted, the two stands to the motor act like, yep. So I will be replacing those with those metal standoffs and seeing how that improves it too. Dentox. So now we are at the correct print volume and everything. And now somebody did ask, and I am surprisingly remembering. Let's go to Prusa MK3 GitHub. And we're gonna go to the original Prusa i3 and the printed parts and the STLs and the X motor mount, the XN motor. We're gonna download that. We're gonna go back, we're gonna save link as and download that. So what they wanted me to do is see how long this would take to print. So if you're still here, this is telling me about 3 hours to print this. If that's what you were asking for, with my normal profile, it's saying about 3 hours for this. And I'm sorry, I don't remember who was asking that, but I remember it was asked. So now the nice thing about Prusa Slicer is I can just undo and get this back. See you, John. Got to get some cat food. Okay, so I went through and did that kind of quickly. I changed the bed shape of one of my existing profiles, and now I'm gonna save this as Micron. And we're just gonna switch to a Micron preset. And then we're going to change this, and we're gonna just call this Micron as well. And Micron.local. Test that. Yep. And that sets up the physical printer. That looks like a Prusa part. Yeah, someone was asking how long it would take to print that. So if they're still around, then that's how long. Okay, so print settings are set. Filament settings aren't specifically calibrated, but we're gonna send it. You can put more objects in and untick printable on them. That's interesting, I've never tried that. And then my print settings, this is pretty conservative speeds. The accelerations are higher probably than the config though, so let's go and fix that. Here and here, and let's go back to our printer config. First of all, we have all our backups showing up here, so I'm going to go up here and say hide backup files so it doesn't clog our view here. And I'm going to change this value to, I think the highest value I have set right now in the slicer is 8. So I'm just going to set that to 8,000 RPMs and save it, or 8,000 accels. Retraction settings are going to be like 0.8 or point something. And set this back to our ABS preset. Retraction settings are 0.75, which should work fine. 8,000 rice per minute, yes. Okay. So this says it's going to take 36 minutes to print this 75% cube. And it's a 75% cube because it's 1515 instead of 2020. So export that and upload it to the printer. And then we can get this going. So we're gonna home, QGL, this kind of stuff. There we go. There. So this kind of stuff I tend to do manually anyway. Let's go there. You can set more plates and objects to print and export G-codes per print. Okay, home, QGL, and print. We're not even gonna try a bed mesh. Do you have the exclude function on one of your printers? I don't. Oh, and it went through in one cycle, so awesome. Now we home again. Well, my thought here, Leo, is that 1515 is 75% of 2020. So I made a 75% cube. It's not the full, because a 2020, the calibration cube for a 2020 printer is that 30 millimeter cube, right? So I just scaled it by 75%. Now we're just gonna print. Are we ready? First print? Let's see if this even works, because some of my, the end of the print is gonna fail because it'll say move out of range. Because my print end moves it to the back of the printer and it's gonna try to move it to the back of a 300 millimeter printer. But that's okay. We're just gonna go with it. Oh, what was that? That's kind of weird. Let's see what happens, because this isn't gonna go well. I'm predicting that this is not gonna go well, so let's get a close-up view of this. I am predicting that this is not going to go well. Oh, and it's trying to focus on the, let's try that. No, it wasn't a sensorless fail. It's all in my print start stuff. What G-code flavor do you use in Prusa Slicer? I think it was Sprinter is what it's set to. That's kind of a frustrating thing about it. There isn't a clipper. I've used whatever the original example profile I've been using for years was set to. Oh, now it did something. So what was the error? Move out of range to, okay. So let's look at our start code because it's airing out. So I tried to blast through that too quickly. If we go to here and look at our whole print settings and this. So what are we doing? Can I zoom in on this? No. We can't lose Charlie for a minute. So we're gonna go that, we're gonna move to, okay, so we need a G91 because we're trying to do a G91. We're trying to do an absolute movement, absolute coordinates movement. So this is why it moved. It shifted 10 millimeters, but it was in the wrong coordinate system. So do that, and then it's going to go to Z, X10, Y10, and Z2. And then it's going to G90 is absolute. Thank you. I got that mixed up. G90. Okay, G90 absolute. Thank you. And then it's gonna make sure it's up to extruder temperature, and then it's gonna move down. It's going to then set all this stuff, and I think that should do it. And at the end of the print, it's gonna go to X150, Y180, and that should fix the end thing. CMX. So let's save that and slice it and send it. Upload. And now we should be able to go back to here, and we're already all set, so we should be able to just pick the ooze and start the print. Did I fat finger something? Did I fat finger something here? Where? You added for the extruder temp a slash at the end of the line. Oh, thank you. It's me not being used to that keyboard. Thank you. That could have been another delay. Slice, send, upload. Hey, David Lee. See ya, Nibitu. And I haven't cleaned the bed. This is the 5 hour mark. This is the 5 hour mark. I'm gonna pull this hotbed off of here. Set it over here and clean it. Okay. There we go. Clean bed. And I'm getting the peanut gallery there saying my infill percentage is way too high. So let's cut that in half. And we shave a whole minute or two off of there. Maybe it's 4 minutes. Upload. Okay. Hey, Dury, and good night, Black Hammer. Okay, are we ready? Everything's good. Let's print. Let's see if that works. Now it's going to the right spot. And then I'm gonna set fine tuning. And so you don't have to stare at the back of my head. We're gonna switch to this camera. For now, we'll switch to another one, but I wanna get a good look for any baby stepping. And it is heating up. Is DeWitt here? Hey, DeWitt. Hey, Tim. How are you? We are about to print. We are about to finish this build. Officially finish. Oh, here it goes. Oh, that's looking good. That's looking really good, actually. I might go down just a couple of, I don't even know if I needed to do that. I just went down 0.02. That's really good. Awesome. Hilbert curve is wonderful. I love Hilbert curve. Now we get the focus finding of this thing, but that is a really good first layer. And I've got four perimeters of set on here too. Nobody mentioned that. You mentioned the infill, but not the perimeters. That is a really good first layer. Woohoo! Oh yeah, I do two layers on my skirts because if it squishes too much, it's easier to pull off. And it's easier to pull off anyway. Starting to get a headache. Oh, we can go back here. It's pushing plastic into a recognizable shape. Here, let's see if we can get a good... Is that any better? That's probably a little better than that other camera, huh? Hilbert curve, isn't that what you did on the blue-red little Voron on the Stealth Burner? I do Hilbert curve on almost all visible surfaces that are like print bed facing. So. Awesome. Woohoo. It is satisfying to have something work. Yep. It is definitely satisfying to those first prints after basically 2 months of build. I mean, this is stream 8 in the series. There was a lot of wiring in this. Even though it's can, there was a lot of little just kind of getting the the electronics area. That was a full couple of streams doing that. So it's looking good. Yeah, we'll see what this print itself looks like. Quality does take time. That's very true. What do I have around here to show off? Yeah. Hilbert curve shows up really good on metallic prints. So it took 8 streams to do this. What was it? 7 or 8 streams for... It's 7 or 8 streams for an LDO kit. And that's with a wiring harness that's done. So... I do not have a Bondtech. I have one of the machined gears on here, on this one. It's made by, is it Fizetic or is it Mellow that makes that? I got it from Fabreeko. The machined one, yeah. I don't know who makes it. Can you show how I did that on white stealth burner? I don't have a white stealth burner. I haven't done a white stealth burner. Bondtech did not make that. Bondtech did not make the 50 tooth gear that I have in here. Let's see the layer lines from the top in a picture then. Sure. I will take a very poorly lit picture for it. Yep. As you scaled it, does that mean that the bearing is not gonna fit? It's true, no. Looks like I can get a 75% bearing. It's Fizetic that makes the gear? Okay. Fizztech? Fizztech? I keep saying Fizetic. Fizztech. Well, that didn't take very long, John. We're a third of the way through the print. How far are we in the print? I like this touchscreen. I like having a touchscreen. I like the size of this on this printer, though. It's the worst bench I've ever seen. Fizz, etc. Fizz-ets. Zoom, zoom, zoom. And this is not really that fast. This is my normal. This is what I print most parts at. This is just my default profile. Fizik. The pictures with 3 borons left, red and white, you built from parts. That one is white. No, it's gold. If you're talking about... Here, let me do this. Let me do this. Let me shut that one down. Since I don't have a good example of the one that was on you're talking about the one that's on the magazine cover. You're talking about this one, right? I've got one of them is gray and purple, one of them's gold and red, and then this one. Nice small printer things. Let's see. There we are. There's some metallic Hilbert curve, and that's gold. Is that what you're talking about, Ram? That's the metallic. That's Hatchbox paint-free gold. Hatchbox paint-free gold ABS. And that's what I was saying. Metallic colors show Hilbert curve really nice. Hey, OGK kid. Can it run Crisis? Where are we at? We're at 34%. Let's see what it... Ew. It has some cooling issues. It has some, it definitely needs some tuning. All the tuning. Pressure advance, cooling. What is Hilbert curve? That's a first layer infill pattern, or it could be top layer too, but first or top layer infill pattern. Let's see, what are the part fans? Part fans are at 85% right now. Lots of tuning to do. I don't even know if the actual extrusion multiplier is great. It's also running like 0.9 in the filament profile. I never did pressure advance on mine. It still works well enough. Do you have any default value in there? 0.04 is a pretty common default value. So what are we at? 5 hours and 12 minutes. Wow. Oh. How long has this been going? It's been going for 12 minutes. What do we have there? 0.05 configured by default, yeah. And that's pretty close. 0.04 seems to be a value that works. Let's go ahead and zoom out here. Oop. Just get a overall view of the printer. I'm pleased. Needs some tuning. Need to figure out what's going on with the input shaping. But other than that, it is good. I don't think we're gonna wait for this to finish because I do have a headache that's starting to, it just started like when I mentioned it before, just started coming on. So I think I'm gonna call it. Thank you for being around. Thank you for being here through this build series. Like I said, next build, next weekend is probably going to be a little detour into metal tap and EBB or the SB2240 tool head board from Big Tree Tech. The following week, we are starting the Mercury 1 build, and that is the that kit is being provided by Fabreeko, and it is a Ender 5 conversion basically. So that will be going on the following week. So, and then shortly after that is Rocky Mountain RepRap Festival. So I will not be streaming that weekend. So anyway, thank you for, we had a lot of new members today. So thanks for joining. Let me check here real quick. We are really close to that 8,000 number. So we're gonna hit that in the next couple of days. And yeah, so thanks again to LDO, thanks again to Polymaker, thanks to all of you. Have a good rest of your weekend, and we will see you next Sunday. See you later. Yes, Hydra will be on Mercury. It'll be the Hydra, it'll be the full blown. So it's gonna be fun. Thanks again. Talk to you later. Bye.